It's out of time. We only got a couple seconds. Say goodbye to everybody who came out today. Some of them already took off because it's hot. Guys, thanks so much for having us here at New Smyrna Beach. I think let's go right out there. Marley, look at the guy on that hoverboard out there.
Oh, wow.
That's where we need to be.
Should we run into the water?
We should. That's the end of our show, and it's hot.
Drops the mic, runs into the water.
It is time. All right, well, let's do it. All right. Hey,
okay,
thanks
bye.
for joining us today. We'll
bye.
see you.
My mic is a cord, so.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We are getting ready to start a busy 4.5 hours of live streaming we've got with you here today. So I want to let you know a couple of things that we are keeping an eye on at this hour. And it starts with a developing story out of Polk County in Auburndale. Let me show you a live picture of that scene right now. We see a number of officials with the sheriff's office. We know the 10th Judicial Circuit officer involved deadly incident task force is on the scene as well in a parking lot in Auburndale. For an officer-involved shooting. The Auburndale Police Department is there as well. We already spotted a couple of vehicles from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. We are awaiting a briefing from investigators out there, so we will bring that to you live as we get it. So we're keeping our eyes peeled for that. We will bring you a new information as it comes in. We are also standing by for the start of day 5 of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who is charged in connection with the death of Charlie Kirk. Today is the last day expected for that preliminary hearing to run, and so we will have we'll check in on the courtroom for that happening in Utah today, and we will also speak with an analyst a little bit later this afternoon as well. And let me give you a live look right now in Orlando. This is at Beth's Burger Bar on Universal Boulevard. You see Senator Ashley Moody and Congressman Byron Donalds, who are getting ready to walk into this campaign event that Fox 35 was exclusively attending here. We'll get the chance to hear from the candidates, get a one-on-two, I guess, interview with them as well, campaigning together in Orlando. They're making another stop a little bit later as well. So we will get you to this event. You can see Ashley Moody. She's actually running for her first, this is her first election. She is currently the senator. But she was appointed to that role. And Byron Donalds, of course, a congressman from Southwest Florida, who is running for governor, the front runner in that race. So we are keeping our eyes peeled for this. You can see a lot of folks in the crowd there inside that restaurant, where we're going to hear from those candidates very shortly. And let's see there. There's my audio for it. Let's go ahead and listen in for a second just to see if they say anything here. If they start to continue to shake hands and greet folks, we will just check back in a little bit. So we'll continue to monitor this. We do expect them to make some remarks, and again, we do expect to hear from them. We'll get an interview with them coming up in just a little bit. They are meeting some folks and shaking some hands. So busy day on the campaign trail for them. But we start our show today looking into what we are hearing about a invasive pasture mealybug that is native to South Asia, but has been spotted now in the state of Florida. And the reason this is important is because it can have some impacts as well on farmers and their crops. And so joining us live now to talk about this, what we know about it and what we need to know about it, we are joined by Isaac Esquivel, Assistant Professor of Entomology at the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. Isaac, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
So first of all, just tell us what we need to know about this. What is this mealybug, and why is it a concern?
Yeah, so it is a small wax-covered aphid-like insect, and it's a grass specialist. And grass is pretty broad, can range anything from pasture grasses to sugarcane, corn, potentially sorghum varieties, and it can cause pretty extensive damage in all of these crops. And then on the pasture side of things, it can kill the grass in about 3 weeks, at least from the literature, and folks dealing with it in Australia. But it's important to, like, if you see anything wrong with your pastures, take a little closer look. Don't just write it off as drought stress, because it could potentially be mealybugs hiding in the soil area. And they're really hard to see, so you really have to look and get those to your county agent or Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to get them ID'd and confirm that it is pasture mealybug.
Yeah, they really kind of blend in, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And the images up here, those are adults, and the immatures are even smaller and harder to see.
And so how'd they get here?
Oh, that's a very good question. They were in Texas in the fall of 2025. We first got it reported here in Florida end of May, first week of June. I don't think they came from Texas. So that is the number one question we're interested to figure out.
What sort of problems do they cause, Isaac? Why do we need to be on such a watch for them, especially if you are, you do have a lot of crops?
Yeah, so they're piercing sucking insects. They feed on plant sap. So one, they're just sucking the juice out of the plant, but there's something in that feeding pathway that causes a reaction in the plant, and you cause it seeing to change colors here to red, eventually kind of desiccating the leaves. So it slowly kills the plant because turning the leaves brown, and they can't get any photosynthetic activity.
So is that a concern that we're seeing, that we're getting reports of them here in Florida right now, even though they're not native to this area?
Yes. So from once initially they were detected, detected in about 15 counties, as far as I know of, as of a couple days ago from the last report. So it's just they have the potential to spread quickly. So just want to make sure folks are aware of it in case it does get out of those 15 counties and we start seeing it elsewhere in Florida.
All right, so we will certainly keep our eyes peeled for that. Then Isaac Esquivel, Assistant Professor of Entomology at University of Florida, the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Yep. Thanks for having me.
I do want to get you live now to Orlando, where we are listening in on this campaign event, hearing from Senator Ashley Moody and Congressman Byron Donalds. Senator Moody speaking to the crowd right now inside Beth's Burger Bar. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Is dead set and has the will and the capacity and the spirit and the drive and the passion and the faith to keep Florida on that same track. He will get that done for us. And that is why I'm here today to say, you've got to get out, you've got to get your neighbors energized, and if you don't know what party they're in, it doesn't matter. Go talk to them, because in this day and age, after what we're hearing coming out of the Democrats' mouth right now, they are the burn it down party. They want to wipe out the executive branch. They want to wipe out parts of our judicial branch. They want no funding for military, no funding for police. The platform of the Burn It Down party says they want non-citizens to vote. That is opposite of what this country stands for. Florida will continue to be the shining example of what America promised to be 250 years ago. Having a senator in office, and a governor in office that can work together to ensure we remain committed to those founding ideals, that can deliver wins for the state. Byron Donalds has been a great partner since I got to Washington. In just under a year and a half, we have delivered for families right here in Beth's Burgers. We no longer pay tax on tips for our employees. And I can go down the list in terms of no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, no tax on tips, more recess for school choice and education, child investment accounts for every baby born. I can go down the list that we've delivered, but as it relates to Florida, he has stood by me in making sure we're standing by our farmers and getting things done for the citrus industry, making sure we're supporting the Space Coast, which generates all kinds of good paying jobs for families right here in Florida. He has been on the line as we fought for law enforcement, because Florida has been and will remain the most pro-law enforcement enforcement state in the nation. That is what it takes for a safe and strong Florida, and that is what it takes for a safe and strong America. So having a senator and a governor working together hand in hand is going to be so important as we move forward, and I'm so proud to introduce to you now my friend, Congressman, and the future governor of the state of Florida, Byron Donald.
Well, first of all, Beth, it's great to be with you in your burger bar. It's great to be here. It is great to see everybody. Erin, thank you so much. And by the way, you're going to win big. Erin Huntley's going to win big. She's going to the State House. We'll be remiss. My former colleague when I was in the State House, Representative David Smith, is here. David, it's great to see you, my friend. Well, you know, once a colleague, always a colleague. David and I worked together when I was a young pup. I mean, actually, I was young. I'm young-ish. I got grays in my beard. Washington has aged me a little, but that's okay. Folks, we are going to send Ashley Moody back to the United States Senate. We're going to send her back because she's already done a great job representing Florida, Florida's interests, Florida's values in Washington, D.C. And having spent the last 6 years up there, I'm telling you, it's tough. Not easy. You got to stand firm, especially in the Senate. There's a special crazy in the United States Senate on the Democrat side of the aisle. When she's talking about what the Democrats want to do on Capitol Hill, she's serious. This is not a joke. They want open borders. Think about this. The Democrats in the U.S. Senate, they on purpose shut down the Department of Homeland Security for more than 70 days. They shut it down. They didn't want to fund the basic things of paying our border agents, paying our customs agents, paying our Coast Guard personnel. They didn't want to do it. Why? Because they hate Donald Trump. Why? Because they want illegal immigrants coming over the border by the millions. That is the policy of the Democrat Party. That is the policy of the Democrats in the Senate. This is why Florida must send Ashley Moody back to the United States Senate. I'm happy to support you. I'm behind you 100%. We're going to lead the charge, and we're going to keep Florida red this November. Here at home, we're the best state in America. It is not close. The Texas guys swear they're number one, but they lie to themselves, you know. They lack self-awareness in Texas. I love the Texas guys, but they lack self-awareness. It's okay to be number two. There's nothing wrong with being number two. There's nothing wrong. I mean, being number two to us is a good thing. Wouldn't you agree? We're always number one. Tell Ted Cruz he's number two when it's okay. Tell him. Don't fool with Florida.
They say don't mess with Texas. We say don't fool with Florida.
I like that. I like that.
I'm a mom. Of course we say don't fool with Florida.
I agree. Oh, yeah, stay with fool. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. That'll work. It took me a minute. I'm sorry. Anyway, but we're the best. Everybody wants our spot. But I'm here to tell you, as the state's next governor, we are going to remain number one. It starts with law enforcement. It starts with our sheriffs and our police chiefs, our police officers who keep Florida safe every single day. When Ashley Moody was our attorney general, she had their back 100%. As your next governor, we will have their back 100%. What has made Florida the pinnacle is that people come here and they just say simple things like, man, I just feel so safe. The streets are clean. I can just walk down the street and do the basic things in life. Beth, I can open up my business and I don't have to worry about people coming in my store and causing problems. That's also because you have the finest, and give it up for our sheriffs who are in the room. You have some of the finest here. And these guys, they put it on the line every single day. Our law enforcement officers, they have to go into rooms, they have to go into homes, and they do it professionally. They do it with respect and dignity and honor, and their job is to keep us safe. We will always have their back in the free state of Florida. Number two, it's about affordability. There's some stuff we got to clean up. Insurance rates, we got to push them down. The reforms that Governor DeSantis and the legislature legislature did a couple of years ago, that stuff is starting to work, but there is more work to do. We are going to retool our regulatory system and insurance. We're going to push down costs even more, anywhere from 10 to 20%, and we're going to be as aggressive as possible so we have companies in this state that will underwrite policy and underwrite properties cheaper, but we also want to make sure that those insurance companies stay with you through the storm. It's one thing to collect the premiums up front, Beth, but when disaster strikes, we want to make sure they're with you through the storm. Number 3, it's about managing our growth and actually building on the success of Florida. We have companies that are dying to be a part of our state, and they want to bring high-paying jobs to this state for our young people. At Cape Canaveral, not too far down the road, we're going to be doing 1,000 launches a year coming out of Florida. Florida is going to be the hub for aerospace, for drone manufacturing, for testing, for tech, and for commercial space. All that is going to be in Florida. We are going to be the major financial hub in North America. That's going to be here in Florida. And so economy, check. We're going to still be number 1. Law and order and safety and a quality way of life, check. We're still going to be number 1. But we're also going to plan for the future of our state. Fresh water for our people. Making sure we clean the water that we use as efficiently as possible. Making sure we have nuclear power as a staple of how we bring baseload power to the future of Florida. We need another natural gas pipeline in Florida to keep utility rates low and to push them down. This is all the work that's in front of us so that the number 1 state in America remains the number 1 state in America. And not just over the next 4 years, but over the next 30 years. Now, there's these things that we do every 2 and 4 years, and they're called elections. And we're in the middle of election season right now. 39 days to the primary. I don't know who's counting. We're under 120 days to the general election. Let me tell you what's going to happen as we move from primary to general. She has a Democrat opponent. I have a Democrat opponent. They're going to come into every community in Florida, and they're going to try to sound very nice and very calm and very quiet. They learned, the Democrats, you can't run a crazy maniac like a Graham Plattner here in Florida. That's just crazy. They couldn't do that. So what they're going to do is they're going to come around, they're going to be in their suits, and it's going to be very calm. Ashley, they're going to be like, Ashley, everything's going to be okay. And we just want to work together. It's going to be boring. And that's by design. The boring campaign you're going to see is not a bug, it is a feature. Because they want to lull Floridians into complacency. The Democrats want you to think that the standard that has become Florida will not change if they somehow win. Let me tell you right now, that is a Trojan horse for destroying the greatest state in all of America. It is a Trojan horse, and we got to be ready as Republicans. And we've seen this dance before. In Arizona 4 years ago, Katie Hobbs was running for governor, and she had a very mild-mannered campaign. She didn't say a lot. She talked very softly like this, and you could barely hear the words coming out of her mouth. And unfortunately, she became governor and started tearing apart all the policy that then Governor Ducey had put in to make Arizona a great state. And our friend and colleague is now running out there in Arizona, Andy Biggs, to get Arizona back on track. We saw it last year in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Abigail Spanberger, another one of our colleagues, a true radical, voted for all the radical policy Nancy Pelosi put in front of her. And then when she campaigned, she was very calm in her white suit. You see her suit? It was a white suit. Nice suit, by the way. It was a very nice suit. And she was calm, and she would give a little wry smile. And she would tell people it was going to be okay. And what have we seen in the Commonwealth of Virginia? Ripping out every great policy that Glenn Youngkin brought to the Commonwealth. She just signed legislation to invalidate the Electoral College in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Radical stuff, never seen anything like it. And now you have a guy named David Jolly. He was a Republican, an independent, a Democrat, We're around the same age. I have no idea how you move through 3 parties in like 4 years. This is the craziest. This guy thinks he's a college athlete transferring to school trying to get playing time. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. Well, yeah, we got to work on it. Never seen anything like this guy. And now he's running around talking about, we are going to take care of insurance. No, his policy is socialism. It's radical. It will put the burden on the state of Florida and drop the burden on the head of every business owner and every family in the state of Florida. We do not embrace socialism in our state. We embrace opportunity and merit and freedom and capitalism. That is why we're the free state of Florida. And this November, with your help, we are going to remain the free state of Florida. So, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 120 days, buckle up, Beth. We might roll back through here and get a burger because we're going to need to take a beat.
Lots of burgers.
Some people in here might want a beer or something else. We're going to get a burger. We're going to hang out, have a good time, and get right back out because it's about contacting the people of Florida, getting out the vote, making sure they know every election matters. Every election is critical because this is a republic if you can keep it. So we are going to work hard. We're going to be all over the state. This is event number 1, but we're not going to stop. We're not going to rest. Florida's the best. We're going to remain free. God bless you guys. God bless Florida, and God bless the United States of America.
Ashley Moody and Byron Donalds speaking to the crowd there, now greeting some folks, taking some pictures, and again, we will get to speak with them live shortly. Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie going to get the chance to ask them some questions. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Let's get you live back to Orlando, where Senator Ashley Moody and Congressman Byron Donalds are now speaking exclusively with Fox 35. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Here and set policy based on keeping our communities safe, protecting our citizens' rights, and protecting Florida's ability to lead the way we knew best. And as you can see, a lot of people are out here today to support the two of us because they saw what we delivered on. They saw that we, along with Governor DeSantis, and made this the best state in the nation. And I think we both feel, working together, we are in the best place to deliver wins to this state and to keep Florida on the right track.
Representative Donaldson, question: why together?
Oh, listen, honestly, more hands make everything better for our state. Working together not only helps the entire campaign apparatus, but it really allows us to focus in on that message of Florida remaining number one, Florida remaining free, and making sure that Senator Moody and myself running for governor, that, you know, we're going to make sure that this state continues to hum along. And so our campaigns working closely together really demonstrates that to the people of Florida. It's about the people of Florida. We want to make sure that we work hard all over this state, turning out voters all over this state, because being number one is great. Staying number one is harder. And that means we got to lock in, we got to focus. We want to make sure that we're contacting all the voters possible. Our campaigns are going to be working together as much as they can. Obviously, some state federal rules there, but as much as we can, we want to make sure that we help each other be very successful. And then it's about everybody else running down ballot. We have a lot of people who want to go to Tallahassee or go to Washington in Congress to really be effective at keeping the Florida dream alive and well. And so, you know, as Republicans, we think the best thing to do is work together as much as we can to make sure that we get people to the polls this November and to make sure we keep Florida number one in all of America.
That brings me to my next question. So if this does work out the way you guys are wanting and you are elected to these positions, talk to me about how this partnership would benefit Floridians.
Well, look, Florida, a lot of people don't realize this. Florida has one of the latest primaries in all of the nation. And it really condenses the time you have to really lay out the differences, compare and contrast. And let me tell you, historically, there's never been more of a difference between what Republicans and our party is committed to delivering on, and that is a strong, free, safe society, compared to what the Democrats want to do right now. We have got to get that message out. We've got to get started right now. We are the two candidates right now running for November that have delivered wins and delivered successes and been a part of the story of Florida in both state and federal roles. And so bringing that synergy together, that expertise, the experiences we both shared and had in our own respective roles as Attorney General and as a Congressman, there is no way Florida cannot stay on top and stay successful if we don't bring that experience in a partnership to make sure Florida succeeds.
So, Representative Johns, if you are elected governor, what is the first piece of federal support you would look to Senator Moody to help Floridians out and to help us?
Oh man, there's so many things that are still left to be done. If you look at permitting is a major issue in Florida, like it is all across the country. As governor, I want to work with Senator Moody, Senator Scott, and the other members of the congressional delegation to find ways to actually reduce some of the federal permitting requirements. You got to understand, people think, oh, well, if the federal government has a regulation, that means it's great. No, actually, those regulations are outdated. They're behind the times. They are not helping Florida succeed. I'll give you a specific example. 404 permits. This is dealing with water projects in our state. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, which does a phenomenal job protecting Florida's environment, they were doing this work. There was a lawsuit that happened. That authority got transferred to the Army Corps of Engineers. What used to take 6 to 8 months to get a permit from our Department of Environmental Protection now takes more than 1.5 to 2 years to get from the Army Corps of Engineers. It's actually making things harder on Floridians. It's making projects that need to get done more expensive. And so if you want to talk about affordability, number one thing government can control around affordability is permitting timelines, because the longer it takes to do a job, the more expensive the job is. The developer doesn't eat the cost. The contractor doesn't eat the cost. Who eats the cost are small business owners and families. They are the ones that have to pay that price. So we want to work with our partners and our colleagues in the Florida delegation, like Senator Moody, so that we can actually work
work together, House and Senate, and then provide whatever pressure and support from the governor's office to help Washington make those changes from a regulatory standpoint to give Floridians the relief we need here at home. That's just an example.
And fighting Washington and getting them out of Florida's way, pushing back on overreaching regulations, clearing all that out, that has really allowed Florida to thrive in so many ways, from our farming industry to tourism to education. I mean, you name it. So much of what I did as Attorney General was fighting against Washington bureaucrats. And since being there, I can tell you, that is a fight that has to happen in order for Washington to remain accountable to the governed. The bosses, everybody in Washington that is serving, my boss right now is everybody in this room.
That's right.
We have got to clear out some of these long-standing bureaucrats that think they know better and they're going to tell you how to live by issuing these regulations. And what they do is they make it harder for Florida to lead and govern the way we want to. And so it was a full-time fight while I was Attorney General. It is a full-time fight right now. One of the main things we both want and one of the main things we share in a core mission is making sure that government is working for the people and not the other way around. It's the one thing we're so outspoken about, leaving more money in your pockets because you know what to do with it better than the government, making sure that we are cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse so people can keep more of their money and we're not giving it over to Washington to hand over to cronies or criminals. It is astounding how much control Washington tries to exert in the daily lives and in the states. And in order for the state to be successful, in order for this guy to come in and say, we're going to stay on the right path, we're going to enact policies and push forward on policies that we know that's right for Florida families, for our state, we got to keep Washington out of their lives. Right. So that is a full-time effort. You need a great partner to do that. I can't tell you the synergy that comes from having a governor and a senator on the same page.
Representative Donalds, you mentioned specifically permitting. Other issues here in Florida that we are, hitting the headlines a lot: fentanyl, drug trafficking, illegal immigration. I know you mentioned that in your speech today as well. So what hurdles, Senator, have you seen already in Washington, and how do you hope this partnership, if both elected, will be able to get over some of those hurdles here in Florida, because those are issues that the voters want to know about?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can tell you when I got to Washington last year, fighting against fentanyl and making sure that the largest killer of Americans, working age Americans, 18 to 45, was no longer our biggest challenge. That was top of mind. One of the first bills that we passed, both of us, was the Halt Fentanyl Act. The president signed that. I was so glad. And as you know, in Florida, we led the nation in fentanyl seizures. We did so much to focus not just on putting the poison peddlers behind bars, but making sure people had access to treatment and making sure we got naloxone in the hands of first responders and families that were concerned. This guy gets it. He will be on the front lines in making sure that our families are protected and that Washington is listening to what we need. Do we need more enforcement help? Let's think outside the box, bring in different agencies, commit more resources. We'll get it done. He's delivered in that. We're already seeing the results. Florida is beating the national average. We have had such a drastic decrease in our overdose deaths, but protecting the health of our families, as a mom, we both have teenage kids right now. We are living the backpack issues as we speak, from protecting them from social media, algorithms, the predators that are trying to get to them online, the subject matter and the algorithms that are trying to addict them. We are feeling everything and every pressure that families are experiencing. We feel that every day. I think it's one thing that drives us both. When we're talking about the issues we want to focus on, it starts with what are your kids doing today and what are they facing?
Representative Donalds, if you want to take the illegal immigration portion of that question.
Florida is going to continue to work with the federal government through 287G. The law that's on the books right now, where every law enforcement agency is going to comply with the federal government, we're keeping that in place. It starts with illegal immigration enforcement. Criminal illegal aliens, we want them out of our state. We want them out of the entire country. I can't speak to Minnesota, New York, and California because they're crazy. But what we want to do is support the federal mission to make sure that we're deporting criminal illegal aliens. And when you do that, it actually helps with the fentanyl crisis. We already know, having watched the Biden administration, and what every Democrat wanted. The Democrats running today, they want the same thing. They gave operational control of our border to the drug cartels. And the drug cartels did two things. They trafficked people and they trafficked drugs, including fentanyl. That's why fentanyl became the #1 killer between the ages of 18 and 45, because the Democrats allowed for an open border that did not secure this country against illegal immigration and against drug trafficking. So in Florida, we're going to fully support the mission of the president and of our colleagues in Washington, D.C. We will continue to work through the 287G program to provide all support to the federal mission of getting rid of criminal illegal aliens and having secure borders in this country. You start with that, drug trafficking comes down. We've already seen the data from the previous administration under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to what President Trump has been able to accomplish. Federally, the biggest thing I want to see happen, hopefully we can do it before I'm gone from Washington, is we have to codify President Trump's border security measures that he's put into place under executive order. It has now been proven not once but twice in his first administration and in this one that that's the policy framework that keeps this country safe. And so we want to support that every way that we can here in Florida. They will have direct support from our law enforcement agencies, from Highway Patrol and our state troopers, down to every sheriff's department and every police department in the state of Florida.
All right, let's speak. Okay, last one. Okay, then I got to talk about the civil suit.
Sure, go ahead.
Reaction to that.
My reaction is baseless, it's frivolous. The person that filed it has a history of suing me multiple times, frankly, during election season, I might add, and they lose every single time, and they're going to lose this one. I think it's important for you to report the attorney on this case is also the attorney for one of my opponents. So take it for what it is. I think the politics and the lawfare we've seen from the radical left is disgusting. I'm glad, and I think everybody should be glad, that President Trump was able to defeat that. I'm going to defeat it here. We're focused on victory on August 18th and obviously this November.
I want to end on a more positive note than that. Sure. So talk to me about just in general, GOP looking ahead. How do you think everything is looking, ahead of these elections?
Well, look, I think you see the energy in these folks today. Byron says y'all look great.
They look good. They look good.
We're excited about what we've been able to accomplish here in Florida. Plain and simple, we stand out. If you have good policies, if you implement common sense policies that protect the rights of your people and protect the safety of their families, ensure that they are able to raise their families and provide for them as they see best, your state will flourish. We are an example of that. Now, we are such an example of that. Everybody wants to live here. And so you're going to face new challenges. As you see a population surge, it's a sign of success, but it will present new challenges. We are excited about embracing those challenges, making sure that Florida families know that we are first and foremost fighting for them, that every day we remember who our bosses are. It is the Floridians that trust us to represent them in these respective roles, and we want to deliver for them. And so going forward, we are focused on getting that message out and to everyone, regardless of party. That's what we have to do. By November, we have to convince every Floridian that to keep Florida on this great track, on the track that Governor DeSantis worked so hard to set us on, we have to stay focused on what is meaningful to Florida, protecting our families, protecting the autonomy of this state, protecting the rights of our citizens, and making sure we're providing the American dream right here in Florida, and we're committed to doing that together. 1,000%.
I mean, first, Florida Republicans are motivated and they're ready to go because we have something to protect. It's called the Florida Dream. It's why people keep coming here. That's why some Floridians are like, hey, can we stop people from coming here? It's too many people. But they come because we're a common sense state. We're a conservative state. We just do the right thing and we let people live their lives. And that is what people want out of their government. We do it here in Florida better than anybody else. And to be direct, that is with full credit to Governor DeSantis. He's done a tremendous job leading our state. We are going to keep those standards and keep that dream alive for the future. So Republicans, they're ready to go this November. But I will also tell you, it's also independents and even some moderate Democrats who are looking at the Democrat Party and they're saying, this is not the party of my father. This is not the party of my grandfather. They don't know what that party's become, and they're looking for a new home. And we believe that home is for them in the Republican Party, where we believe in freedom and liberty and personal responsibility and autonomy and just common sense. And I think that if we get to common sense like we have here in Florida, other states see it, they want it for themselves too, but we do it the best. That's why we're going to be very successful this November.
Thank you both so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys.
Congressman Byron Donalds and Senator Ashley Moody speaking exclusively with Fox 35 at this campaign event in Orlando. They also have another event later today where they're going to be joined by the National Police Chiefs Association, or let me confirm that. It may be the Florida Police Chiefs Association. I don't want to be telling you wrong here. But another event, they're going to be making an announcement with the Florida Police Chiefs Association, which makes more sense anyway. That's coming up in a little bit. Well, we're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. It is Friday. It is almost noon, so the countdown is on to the weekend, and we've got a lot of things that you may want to check out this weekend. It is time for our community crossroads. We bring in our friends from U-Nation. They tell us all kinds of great things that are going on around town and around the region for us to check out. So Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley, thanks so much for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks for having us, Garrett. We are so excited, just like you, that we're nearing the weekend. It's Friday, which basically means the weekend starts now, right?
Exactly. It's this. I think Community Crossroads is the official kind of ushering in of the weekend.
I couldn't agree more.
All right, so let's jump right into it because this is a big event coming up. Ashley, I feel like this is right up your alley here when we're talking about MiniCon.
Listen, MiniCon is happening in Orlando on Sunday. This is an event happening at the Castle Hotel, which is near I-Drive. And my favorite part about MiniCon is that entry is only $2 a person. It's only entries at the door, so there's no tickets, no prepaid, and $2 is such a budget-friendly way to spend the summer. But now you're asking, what is MiniCon? Well, there's different levels to it. They have trading cards and collectibles, so they have an entire TCG market where you can buy, sell, and trade those collectibles. collectibles like Pokemon cards. I know that they are super hot right now and very trendy. But then they also have their kawaii market. This is shopping a wide selection of local artists and merchants. They're offering different blind boxes, which is always so much fun, some different Japanese fidget toys, plushies, and other custom art that you can order. This is such a family-friendly event that's going to be fun for everyone ages 3 to 83. They're going to have a live DJ there that's going to provide live music, and attendees can also participate in a rally to win some prizes. And who doesn't love some free prizes? I will say when it comes to parking, the Castle Hotel does have parking on property for $35 for the day. If that's a little bit too much for you, I would recommend maybe finding a cheaper parking lot or parking garage nearby and then walking over to this event.
And then Ashley, Oviedo Merry and Scary mashup going on. What is this? A mashup between two holidays that aren't in July.
So we actually have a holiday fandom in Orlando. If you guys have yet to notice, people love Halloween and Christmas, and they love celebrating extremely early. So Oviedo Mall took note of that, and they're having a free holiday market this weekend, tomorrow, starting at 12 p.m. This is another great family-friendly event for all ages. So whether you're Team Santa or Team Spooky, they're going to be having a lot of different things, activities, and entertainment for everyone to join. You can shop the market. It's filled with those Christmas and Halloween themed goodies that you can't find anywhere else. And they're going to be having live performances and interactive fun to get in the holiday spirit. Plus, they also said that they're going to be having prizes and surprises. So you might not know what magic or mischief is around the corner, but they said, come ready to win. We love winning free things. And they say wearing costumes and festive outfits are highly encouraged. So show up and dress out for the holiday spirit, whether you're Team Merry or Team Scary. Parking and admission is free also, so it's another great budget-friendly event. You can hit this market up and then shop the mall while you're there.
All right, I'm asking both of you. Sarah, we'll start with you. Team Merry or Team Scary?
I'm Team Merry. I love Christmas so much.
What about you, Ashley?
I'm Team Scary.
Ooh, see, that's why y'all work so well together. You know, a little bit of both.
You have to have one of each.
Yep, it works well that way. All right, what else we got going on? Some dance parties that people can check out this weekend?
Not just one themed dance party, but 2 themed dance parties are happening tonight across Orlando. And a little fun fact about me, I'm a big fan of a themed dance party, especially if there's like a themed event DJ. Oh my gosh, I'm there. So the first one we have is the Rewind Ultimate 2000s Rave. So think your favorite Y2K hits, but a little bit remixed and some mashups happening. So you're going to get everything. This is happening at the Vanguard tonight. Tickets are around $25 to $30, including tax. And parking downtown and garages does have a slight fee. I might suggest using a rideshare app to get there and back safely and have so much fun at the Vanguard and enjoy some maybe pre-show dinner and drinks beforehand along downtown Orlando. But when it comes to like the music and the vibe, think early 2000s, Britney, Rihanna, Backstreet Boys, your favorites, but with that rave twist. And then we have the Club 90s Presents Off Campus Night. Off Campus, if you're watching TV right now, is a new show on Amazon Prime. And I'm really excited for this event. It seems actually crazy because it's going to be at Disney Springs and they're tapping into the songs of the universe. So thinking it's blending indie pop, rock, all their like modern chart toppers, and think of, well, I can't guarantee a playlist because Off Campus is really everywhere when it comes to music. What I can guarantee is fan edits happening with the DJ going live. And you can also expect to hear songs from One Direction, Billy Idol, Elton John, J-Lo, Lady Gaga, and so much more. So the playlist for this party is going to be off the charts. Absolutely, truly. This one's also happening tonight. Doors open at 8:30 at the House of Blues at Disney Springs. Parking is free at Disney Springs, which we really love, but it is a bit of a walk to get to House of Blues, so make sure you prep that walk time into your evening as well. Tickets are around $25 to $30 here with fees.
And Sarah, for all the Love Island fans out there, the finale coming up this weekend and a lot of watch parties around Orlando.
Yes, I love Love Island. Everyone in Orlando is seeming to catch on to that trend. There are a ton of businesses doing the finale watch parties, which is Sunday night, July 12th at 9 p.m. What better way to celebrate than in Orlando's official Loved Island theme bar on Wall Street? The Villa on Wall Street is going to be packed. If you have yet to see this, go to this Love Island themed bar. But if you're looking for something more laid back, maybe not too extremely crowded, since that is the bar to go to, Allure Restaurant and Lounge has 2-for-1 cocktails, big screen viewing, and an all-night long party. There's also a couple other venues like Keg Social. They're in Waterford Lake, so if you're closer to the Lake Nona area or UCF, this is a great venue to go to, whether you're going to do axe throwing, bowling, karaoke, just grabbing a drink or a bite to eat. They have a lot of large viewing screens and an arcade as well. They'll be having signature cocktails, food specials, and fun prizes. Or you can go to Live at the Point Orlando. This is like near International Drive, Icon Park. This is a huge entertainment complex. They'll be hosting watch parties throughout all the bars. They'll be having specialty cocktails. And of course, you can bar hop from bar to bar in that area. Parking does cost money. So if you're looking to save a little bit of money, you can always park at Icon Park for free and walk over. It is a bit of a walk, so just plan ahead. We also have Savoy in Orlando. They host weekly watch parties, and what better way to celebrate than at this bar? They have great drinks, commentary, and a lot of fellow fans that gather here. And then lastly, Celine. This is at 22 South Magnolia Avenue. The venue features free entry, drink specials, and a DJ after the show. So there's a bar with a different vibe for everyone, whether you're looking to relax or go out and party afterwards. It's going to be a lot of fun on Sunday night.
And for our local spotlight, we've got a lot of budget-friendly summer activities for folks. Where should we start?
So there's a lot of great things to do in Orlando. We had a very hard time narrowing it down to just 3, starting with Backstage Billiards. If you love doing pool and you're also looking to save a little money, they have 2 locations, one on International Drive and one on Lake Buena Vista near Disney Springs. They have a lot of great specials, including a happy hour, which is daily from 3 to 9 p.m. So when you're done working for the day, you can head over, play some pool, get a $3 domestic pint or a $5 well drink. Plus, pool is free when you purchase alcohol. So what's better than paying $3 for a drink and getting free pool? They also have free pool specials daily from 3 to 9 p.m. Wednesdays and Mondays, it actually extends until close. So if you work a little bit later and you're still looking to go out at the Lake Buena Vista location, it's free. They also have free darts, so if you get competitive, Sunday starting at 9 p.m., darts are also free at that location near Disney Springs, and they have those daily drinks specials in their full bar. So this is a great place to go to relax, get out of the heat, and just enjoy with friends.
And Ashley, talk to us about what's going on at Avalon Exchange.
When it comes to thrifting, reselling clothes, if I'm doing any kind of closet clean out to do a closet refresh, because I'm notorious for doing that, Avalon Exchange is always one of my first 2 go-to stops. It's such a great place for thrifting and resell if you're looking to get something secondhand, maybe not pay, too high prices, but still keeping your closet trendy, vintage, and really designer forward fashion. They have brands from Zara, Free People, Nike, Lululemon, so these big name brands that you're usually buying for a fraction of the price because you're buying it secondhand, which is also better for the environment. But one of my favorite aspects about Avalon Exchange, not just the great fashion, but you can also resell here. So you can take some curated clothes that you've gone through your closet, make sure they're clean, and that's a big kicker. And you have the really talented people at Avalon Exchange go through and they can actually purchase your clothes from you, give you cash, hand it to you right there, or store credit. And either way, that's basically free money to go shop in Avalon Exchange to buy more stuff. That's girl math right there. So it's a really great way to just refresh your closet wardrobe, not spend too much money, maybe make a little bit of cash yourself, or just refresh your wardrobe from old pieces to new pieces.
And finally, Sarah, some things to check out at Lou Gardens.
We made a little tiny itinerary for you, a miniature itinerary that is under $30, starting at Harry P. Lou Gardens. We highly recommend that you go early in the morning, though, as it is peak summer and it is extremely hot outside. But this is a 50-acre botanical garden. They have winded, shaded pathways, tropical gardens, rose gardens, butterfly gardens, bamboo forest, and they also have the Lou House Museum, which you can do a guided tour included in the cost of the ticket. Tickets are $15 for adults. Children 4 to 17 years old are $10. Children under 4 are free. And active duty military is also free. They also do free admission on the first Monday of every month if you're looking to even be more budget friendly. This is a great garden to go to. And after, we recommend going to the Mills 50 area and grabbing a coffee at one of our favorite coffee shops, Han Coffee. They have a coffee shop at the garden, which is Foxtail. But if you're looking for something more unique, special, maybe you don't always get a chance to go over to that area in Winter Park and try coffee, it's about a 10-minute drive away. We recommend the Black Sesame Latte or the Soul Iced Coffee, and the lattes are under $7, so this is making your itinerary under $30. They also have strawberry matcha if you're not a coffee drinker, and a couple seasonal drinks like the chestnut tiramisu latte and the toasted rice cold brew. It's a really great day. We sent one of our ambassadors out last week, and she had a lot of fun conquering her fears at the butterfly garden and then grabbing a coffee after.
So many great things to check out. Ashley, Sarah, we always appreciate you joining us for our Community Crossroads. Where can folks find out more?
If you guys want to discover more events and things to do happening this weekend, you can download the free YouNation app, or if you want to connect with us more one-on-one and in real time, you can follow us on the journey at Stuff to Do in Orlando on all social platforms.
All right, Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from YouNation, always appreciate you joining us. Have a great weekend. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Until now, Dallas is a little bit farther away, but you know.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Let's talk a little World Cup here. There's another game today, Spain and Belgium, 3 o'clock. You'll be able to watch that on Fox 35. It has been an exciting week, notwithstanding the U.S. men's national team loss to Belgium, but the tournament continues, and so there is so much more soccer and so much more more to talk about. And for that, we turn now to Roxanne Kosh, Associate Professor at the University of Florida and our kind of traveling World Cup correspondent here. Roxanne, I know you had the chance to go to the France game yesterday. That had to have been something to see in person.
Yeah, it was really fun. I mean, I've been to a lot of French games over the years. It's not top of my list, but it's definitely up there because it means a qualification to the semifinals. It's a big deal. Hasn't happened to have 3 semifinals in a row in a while. I think the last one to do that was Brazil, probably like 94, 98, 2002, and they ended up winning 2002. So I'm hopefully taking that as a sign, but I'm also very superstitious, so I don't want to call it yet.
Yeah, rather be safe than sorry. It seemed like it took France a little bit to kind of kick into gear.
Yeah, the first half, I mean, there were a lot of good plays from France. Morocco was somewhat surprisingly very much on the defensive. It's almost like, I mean, it was kind of unexpected to see them almost a little bit scared. It was a very different match from 2022 when France played Morocco in the semifinal. Back then, there was a goal by France early in the game, and so that kind of forced Morocco to go out there and try to tie the game, and France had ended up scoring a second goal late in the second half. This time, France didn't score until the second half, until the 60th minute, and Mbappe even missed a penalty shot in the first half. He did not kick it well at all, and so it was Morocco just defended the almost the whole first half. France did hit the post, and they had that penalty shot. They had a couple of other hot plays, but they just for a while there, I was kind of feeling like it was another Paraguay game without the fouls. The Moroccan team defended really, really well, and they defended really cleanly as well. It was pretty impressive.
And so now they will take on the winner of Spain and Belgium. What's your take on that game this afternoon?
I mean, it feels like everyone's already counting Belgium out, and to be fair, the beginning of their tournament was kind of abysmal, but they woke up against the U.S. I mean, we expect Spain to be better than the U.S. were, especially on that game where they kind of lost their footing. But realistically, personally, I do think Spain is going to go through. However, I think there is a world where Belgium could win. Spain has also not been as impressive. What's impressive on their end is no one's been able to score against them. If you keep the opponent from scoring, makes it a lot more possible to go through. So we'll have to see if this Belgian attack can actually score. They obviously scored quite a bit against the U.S. They scored 4 goals, and everyone kind of participated. So we'll have to see if they can repeat that. Well, maybe not that, but if they can actually score against Spain, because that's been the big thing for this Spanish team, is their defense has been on point.
Let's talk about that Belgium-U.S. game, because like you said, Belgium played well, and it seemed like with the U.S. team, they just looked like they didn't have it. What went wrong for them? It looked like a little bit of a different team than we had seen in the other games of the tournament.
Yeah, it's really weird. I would say that about both teams. Like, Belgium had played terribly the whole tournament. The U.S. had played pretty well, and somehow it got reversed. I mean, maybe it's the Balogun controversy that kind of destabilized the U.S. team and kind of fired up the Belgian team. I'm not too sure. I mean, there's been also a lot of talk about Pulisic leaving the field because he got a microfracture, and especially some former players like Landon Donovan, Carly Lloyd have been criticizing him quite a bit. But I don't know. I'm not a professional athlete. Never have been. Never will be. I do think your body is probably more important than a single game, even if it's a World Cup game. So I don't necessarily personally agree with this idea of like you gotta give up your entire body for a single soccer game. But I think what really hurt this U.S. team is in the 57th minute when Matt Freese kind of messed up. It was a huge blunder from him. And when he rushed out of his box and completely lost control of the ball, and so the Belgians were able to score a third goal, going to like 3-1. That equalizer, like 20 minutes before, something like that, about 20 minutes before, the equalizer from Tillman was absolutely incredible. And even though Belgium had scored almost right away, right after that, that's the thing. Yeah, Belgium also, they were in front right away. Like, they scored in the 9th minute, and then the U.S. tied, and right away they scored right back, right? But I think the U.S. were still in it and still had a chance until that Freese blunder. And the 4-1, like the last goal, it's just salt in the wound. But ultimately, Lukaku is Belgium's best scorer ever. He got off the bench and scored, but that didn't change anything. The game was already lost by then.
Well, Roxanne, before we let you go, I want to just get your quick take on a couple of the other games still remaining, who your pick is to win Norway, England, and Argentina, Switzerland. Who do you think advances in those two matches?
So Norway, England, I think England has perhaps a little bit of a better chance. However, I am French and I 100% want Norway to win. The earlier the English lose, the happier I am. But they have a really strong team. That said, Holland, anything can happen with that dude on the field. Yeah. As for Argentina, Switzerland, I think Argentina is going to make it. It might be ugly, just like it was for the past 2 games from them. But I think they can get past Switzerland without any issues.
Yeah, they one way or another, they always seem to somehow overcome it. So we will see what happens. Roxanne Kosh, Associate Professor at University of Florida. We're glad you're enjoying the World Cup. Safe travels to Dallas next for you for the next France match.
Yep, next France match on Tuesday in Dallas, and it's actually Bastille Day, so it would be extra hard to lose on that day.
No pressure or anything like that. Roxanne, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much. Have a great week.
You too. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Fox 35 storm team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, that Sahara dust is something to see out there, and you really can see it.
Yeah, it's funny. It's one thing to forecast it, and you always wonder, well, I wonder if it'll be noticeable. And then when it happens, and it's so noticeable, it changes the day. That's another thing entirely, and that's exactly what we've got going on. So let's look outside. This is Daytona Beach. A normally blue sky here with a totally quiet setup and high pressure overhead is now a hazy sky, directly attributable to that Saharan dust. And that's exactly what you're looking at. That milky white texture that almost looks like an overcast is the haze from that dust, which is thickest between about 1,500 feet and 7,000 feet. And it's traceable all the way back to the Sahara Desert in North Africa. An ocean away, a continent away. Just remarkable, the reach of this dust. And you can see it here in this visualization. This is the last 24 hours. It's a satellite loop where the satellite detects the layer of dust, and you can see where it's really thick down there in the islands, in the Antilles, as well as the Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, where it looks very hazy, even into the Turks and Caicos. So where we are, it's the lower end of the dust, but it's obviously still having a pretty interesting effect. It's also measurably lowering our air quality. Yeah, we've got a medium air quality at this point, a moderate air quality. And that's a whole category below what's considered good, which is where we typically be this time of the year with green. And it's all thanks to those microscopic particles. It's called, in the world of air quality, particulates. And when they amass like they do, it can lower the air quality, make you sneeze, feel a little bit congested. If you've got pre-existing issues, respiratory things, it can definitely make things a little more irritated. And on top of that, we've got high pressure, which is making it just plain old hot. So it's hot and it's stuffy, and the humidity is really high. It's going to feel like 108 today in Bithlo, 110 in Melbourne, whole region under heat advisory. One of the reasons it's so muggy, despite the fact that we have all of this Saharan dust in the air, and this is the part of the forecast I think is ironic, because the Saharan dust is so dry, it mops up a lot of the atmosphere, making rain not happen, making it sunnier, making it hotter, but it also traps humidity at the surface. It's like a big lid, like a trash can lid. And so the red is a visualization of like where the inversion is, where it's actually warmer and drier aloft. And so with the sun beaming down on the land, it causes evaporation, and the moisture tries to go up, and it can't. It gets deflected back down. It's held down at the surface. And this is especially apparent at night. And it feels a lot soupier, the air a lot thicker than it would normally be. So that's why when you step outside, it's a new kind of muggy out there. I mean, it is really noticeable. So yes, this enhances the inversion, and that's actually the same reason, ironically, that we don't get those big thunderstorms as often, is because this lid over the atmosphere stops the rising air, and it just gets hot and steamy, and there's not much relief. Now, we will have some relief this afternoon in the form of thunderstorms on the Gulf Coast side, not so much in Orlando, although the whole state outside of the Panhandle is under heat advisory for feels like temps between 108 and as high as 110, and that'll be until 8 p.m. So take it easy out there, even for the seasoned Floridian used to the heat. Okay, here's a look at future radar. With that big inversion in place, the Saharan air layer, will be hard-pressed to have any meaningful rain in the Orlando region. But just on the edge of this dust, maybe up toward Gainesville and Ocala, a couple of storms, and one or two can't be ruled out in Osceola County. If the storms break through that cap, that lid in the sky, they can go, and we could see some damaging wind gusts as well as a lot of lightning. But it looks like, by and large, most of the rain's going to hold off until you get to Tampa. But Tampa could get a significant soaking, which would be extremely good news for that region, because they are still under extreme drought. We've had a very persistent pattern where the drought has largely been alleviated here on the Atlantic side of Florida, but on the Gulf side, it's the opposite. They need the rain, and it looks like they've finally got some real rain coming this afternoon and this evening. But those could be some big-time severe storms with damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour and almost constant lightning. So if you have any friends or family going to the beach or going on the bay or anything like that this afternoon, let them know this will not be a typical Tampa Bay setup where it's been so quiet over the last couple of weeks. We're back to the old summer the Tampa Bay knows. Now, next week, we're all going to share in that rain because we've got a big pattern change coming our way. It's going to undo the heat and bring us back to our seasonal norms, and we're going to get a lot more rain. So this front comes down and stalls mostly north of Florida, but being south of the front, the moisture is going to pool. So we're going to have a much higher chance each afternoon of
Matt.
rain. Now, it's all thanks to the humidity values in the sky really going up. Remember how I showed you how the dust was going to absorb a lot of that mid-level moisture? With this kind of a setup, we're going to have moisture that is stuck in place for days on end at all levels of the atmosphere. Another way to visualize that is with this future tropical air graphic. The pinks and the blues indicate really deep tropical moisture. Going ahead into the future by Monday, see how it all kind of gathers along that front, and then by Tuesday into the end of next week, a lot of that will work into our area. So depending on exactly where that sets up determines our rain chances, but it looks like we've got about a 60 to 70% chance toward the end of next week. We'll see how that goes, but that would be a hope for some rainier times ahead. But more pressingly, over the next couple of days, we've got a Fox 35 storm team alert for the heat, and the dust will be omnipresent, and highs will be near 100 degrees today. It's going to be a scorcher, Garrett, but that hope of a rainier tomorrow. And for Tampa, the possibility of today's rain is great news on the other side of I-4.
Yeah, I mean, even with us used to the heat and humidity here, this is hot.
I think a lot of people were surprised to step out this morning and just feel how humid it was. Yeah. Surprised that the Saharan dust trapped all of that humidity at the surface. So like we didn't get the reset that we normally get. It's just as stuffy as it was yesterday afternoon.
Not quite, not very comfortable.
No, not very comfortable at all.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
Stay cool. Thank you.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, let's give you a live look right now over downtown Orlando, and you can see more of that haze just kind of lingering in the air from that same.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. We are just about a month and a half away from the start of Halloween Horror Nights at Universal. Hard to believe it's already almost that time of year, and some things are really starting to take shape with it as well. So joining us live now to talk about this, we are joined by Matthew Prevor. You may know him on social media as @HHN Speculation Matt. Matt, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so I want to show some of the photos that you've been posting on social media, because you've gotten a look at some of the props, some things that we're seeing around Universal that kind of given us a little bit of an indication of what we might see. So walk us through some of these.
Yeah, absolutely. So right here you're looking at on the Hollywood street of the park, we saw this circus clown type structure that just popped up yesterday. Over in New York today, we got this we had a stage there the other day, but now there's more or less some theming regarding kind of a gothic texture, sort of like we saw last year at last year's event. And those are kind of the two big set pieces that we are seeing right now. The scare zones have not been announced just yet. So it's really interesting to see these structures in the park and kind of be able to guess what might go here. There's also the larger truss structure up at the front of the park, which normally holds that Halloween Horror Nights neon sign that everyone knows and loves. But it's not up just yet, but they are doing a lot of good work, and it's great to see what happens each day.
So what is some of your speculation for what we're seeing with what clues we get from some of these props and things?
Yeah, absolutely. From what it's looking like, it's as we all know, it's Halloween Horror Nights 35, so it's an anniversary type event. So we're all hoping that we might see some familiar characters, some icons from the years past, like we see here with that circus vibe that we have in Hollywood. They've already announced that Jack and Oddfellow will be returning to the event this year. So I think that theme of this carnival and clowns it's gonna continue throughout the event, and as you can see with that structure just there, I think that's a clear indicator of that. But we'll see. Like I said, nothing's been announced yet as far as scare zones. So we'll wait and see what the official word is from Universal. But I think that's a great place to start. And as for that stage up in New York, I read a lot of what people say online. People are saying, oh, it could be a cemetery or something along those lines. Who knows? We're just gonna have to wait and see.
You know what? And that's part of the anticipation and the build-up to August 28th and the start of this. But we do know some about the houses. The Hellraiser house going to be at HHN for the first time in franchise history. What do you make of what we know about some of these houses and the announcements that have come in?
Absolutely. So it's a stacked year. Just from the IPs alone, you have Hellraiser, Sinners, Stranger Things, obviously more to come that will be announced hopefully soon. But it's incredibly exciting. Hellraiser, this is a property that has pretty much never been featured at the event. Those hardcore fans might know that Pinhead did appear in a house during Halloween Horror Nights 16, but this was just a brief appearance. Now we have Hellraiser in full, and they've already confirmed it will. The house will take place around the first 3 movies. So if you're doing that HHN homework, rewatching some of those movies, make sure to watch those first 3. And both creative directors for HHN Orlando, so Mike Aiello, and Hollywood, John Moody, have said that Hellraiser was this white whale. They have been chasing this property, trying to get it at this event for years. So I think that they're gonna go all out for it. And then the other IPs as well. I'm just super excited to see those houses come to life. It'll be great.
Yeah, which one are you most looking forward to seeing how it kind of translates?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think Sinners for me out of the IP houses that have been announced. And then for the originals, I'm looking at Jack and Oddfellow, Chaos and Control. Very excited for that house. Anything involving the icons, right up my alley. Very excited for that. But I'm also very curious to see how Stranger Things 5 comes to life. We've had a few Stranger Things houses in the past. And this is a property that, has been a little controversial. Not everyone has loved the house. Some people, have been for it, some against. But, it'll be very exciting to see how season 5, which I felt didn't really have a lot of material for a house, could come to life in a house format. So I'm very excited.
Going to be interesting to see, that's for sure. Now, talk with us about Blood Noir, the noir vampire-themed musical. What do we know about this?
Yeah, to be honest, not much. The description that they put out was quite vague. I think this was an announcement that sent the whole Halloween Horror Nights community into a bit of a frenzy. It wasn't really on anyone's radar, and here it is. I think Blood Noir will be very exciting. I mean, this is a new version of the Nightmare Fuel show that we've seen the past couple years at the event. Just from that brief description, it seems we're going to go to some sort of city that's been overtaken by these, vampires. And I'm sure, considering it is Nightmare Fuel, we'll see lots of dancing and effects and acrobats and so much fun as always. So we're excited to see it.
What's next, Matt? What can we expect? When can we expect some more information, some more details about the scare zones and some other things?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, I do not know those exact dates, but hopefully we hear the official word from Universal very soon. If we're going off of years past, it should hopefully not be too much longer. Like last year, pretty much everything was announced by the end of July. So if I had to guess, I would say probably by the end of the month. But we'll see. Universal works in different ways each year. But we'll see. I know for sure the Hollywood event in LA, they have announcements that will go into August, but we'll see what happens with Orlando.
What's your favorite thing about Halloween Horror Nights, Matt? What makes it so special, you think? Why do you enjoy it so much?
First and foremost, the attention to detail. It's absolutely incredible every single year to come into these houses and you are walking into movie quality sets in a haunted house. It's like beyond anything you've ever seen before. There's detail in the scare zones. The scare actors are incredible. And then one thing that I have loved and have really found over these last few years since starting this account, the people that go to this event are incredible. You meet such wonderful people out there in the fog, and it's just always such a fun time to be there. And I can't believe we're just over a month and a half away. I'm beyond excited.
Time flies, that's for sure. It's hard to believe we're already in the middle of July, talking about Halloween Horror Nights coming up just a few weeks away, and it'll be here before we know it. Matthew Prevor at HHN Speculation. Matt, we appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus and talking about this with us.
Thank you so much for having me, and we'll see you in the fog.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now inside this courtroom in Provo, Utah, where all week long we have been following this preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who is charged with aggravated murder in the death of Charlie Kirk. Heard testimony, recorded testimony yesterday from the roommate of Tyler Robinson. Saw some surveillance video that had not been seen before this week as well. But we're seeing reports from Alive Now saying that the judge has just ruled that media can no longer show any other courtroom exhibits in this hearing. We are also waiting. Our understanding is that the defense will soon be calling the final witness in this preliminary hearing. We're going to dive into this more coming up a little bit later with one of our legal analysts. But right now, let's go ahead and listen in. We are hearing from legal teams making some arguments to the judge here and discussing a couple of other items right now about what this might look like moving forward. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Consistent or unbelievable that it is unreasonable to base belief of an element of the prosecution's claim on that evidence. There's a State v. Drozbecki case, which is a Utah Court of Appeals case 2010. Magistrates may only disregard or discredit evidence that is wholly lacking and incapable of creating a reasonable inference regarding a portion of the prosecution's claim, but must leave all the weighing of credible but conflicting evidence to the trier of fact. And finally, State v. Lopez, a Utah 2020 Supreme Court case. Speaking of this probable cause standard at a preliminary hearing, the court said, under this low bar, it may be difficult for the defense to overcome a prima facie showing of probable cause. Even an alleged victim's recantations may sometimes be insufficient, given that the magistrate must view all evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and draw all reasonable inferences in favor of the prosecution, close quote. Judge, Your Honor has heard 4 days of testimony now. The evidence is overwhelming. It's devastating. And the question needs to be asked, the purpose of continuing with testimony if it's long and drawn out. Of course, the defense has the right to call witnesses, but it needs to be within the context of this preliminary hearing. So again, we may be lodging a standing objection of relevance and exceeding the scope of this hearing. That's my record.
Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Do other parties wish to be heard as it relates to Mr. Grunander's statement? To the defense?
I'm not sure what was being requested by Mr. Grunander. As I indicated to the court during the testimony of the last witness, we had discussion with the state prior to the start. We had a scheduled date for the court to rule on objections. And the purpose of that hearing was so that we wouldn't have to fly witnesses out from the East Coast if there was going to be a standing objection. Prior to that hearing taking place, the state contacted us after they had participated in interviews of Ms. Oliver and the other experts and indicated to us, and we indicated to the court, that there was going to be no standing objection to the testimony of these witnesses. So if he's lodging a standing objection now, I think he's waived it, or he should be stopped from asserting it given the circumstances. I didn't hear that he was asserting that, and I intend to keep this next witness focused on the issue that I think is relevant, which is the state presented DNA reports through a non-expert. They selectively read into the record a portion of those reports, which left an extremely misleading impression of the significance of that evidence. So I have the author of the report here, and I'm going to hopefully educate the court on what the limitations are of the report, and that's it. I hope to be done with the witness by noon, direct and cross, and that will be the end of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Burt. And before I have you call the witness, just want to make sure that the media had I'm not sure if the media needs to be heard on Mr. Grunander's response. No, Your Honor. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Burt, you may call your next witness.
Thank you. Call Ms. Oliver.
Ms. Oliver, if you'd like to come forward and be sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, ma'am, you may be seated. And there's a water bottle to your left if you wish. And after you're seated, if you wouldn't mind adjusting that microphone, bringing it close to you to pick up your testimony from today. Mr. Burt, your witness.
Thank you. Could you tell us your name, please?
Caitlin Oliver, Oliver.
And Ms. Oliver, could you bring that mic a little bit closer? So I want to make sure your voice is projected. Thank you. What do you do for a living?
I work for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives as a DNA section chief.
And how long have you held that position?
I've been a section chief since January, and I've worked with the ATF for about 9 years. Prior to that, I was a forensic biologist.
And where were you a forensic biologist before you started to work for the ATF?
Prior to the ATF, I worked for Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office in New Orleans, Louisiana, as a DNA analyst and a DNA quality manager.
Back in September of 2025, what were your duties and responsibilities?
I was a forensic biologist.
And do you recall that around September 11th, you received a request to do some DNA work at the request of the state of Utah?
Yes.
Could we display State's Exhibit 30, which is in evidence?
All right, I'm going to hop in here because I'm not really sure what's happening with the audio. I know, as we told you just a couple of minutes ago, the media cannot show the exhibits that are happening right now. I'm not sure why we're not hearing anything. I'm not sure if they're just setting something up. Again, it's hard to tell when we're not in the courtroom and when we can't see what's being shown. So I don't really know exactly what's happening right now. We are going to go ahead and take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll keep monitoring this and get you back to it if there is something to hear. But right now we're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
This calculation, there is.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We'll go ahead and listen in for a few more minutes here to the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing some testimony right now from a witness that was called by the defense. This is a DNA analyst, forensic biologist you heard, who is on the stand right now. I believe the final witness, potentially just one of the final witnesses, but this hearing is winding down. It is expected to end today, and a judge to determine whether there is probable cause to bound this case over for trial. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
displayed, but not any exhibits displayed. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding of the court's ruling, yes.
And to the state?
Yes.
And to the media?
Yes, Your Honor. There might be concern about the actual monitors at counsel table and the podium. Any clarification on that?
Well, that's why I give my notation at the beginning of the morning that the parties are responsible to monitor their monitors, and that's there because they're entitled to view it, but they're responsible to ensure that the monitors, as the camera is picking up the courtroom, it's directed not to focus on the monitors, but inevitable capture may occur, and that's why that instruction is given.
Your Honor, Jeff Nye on behalf of the victim representative. We cannot see the court from where we're sitting, so I don't know if there's a way for us to view the monitor.
I don't understand what you're saying.
It's not being published on this
It's not being published on the monitor to the court's right.
Right. The order of the court based as a sanction is no exhibits will be displayed.
In the courtroom entirety?
As it stands right now, yes, that's correct.
Well,
Okay, please approach the lectern.
Your Honor, it's just hard for the victim's family to be able to follow the evidence if everyone but the victim's family is able to view the exhibits here in court.
Thank you. I appreciate your concern. This monitor is not on either. So it's only the attorneys. The attorneys have a right to view what exhibits are being displayed, to make their motions, objections, and to see it. It is the court's discretion on what's displayed in the courtroom for publication, and the court issued a sanction given the events of yesterday, and that's the court's ruling.
Your Honor, I just asked the court to consider the victim has the right to be present, obviously, at the hearing, and the presence without being able to see the exhibits, again, it's our position, is not meaningful.
Thank you. I appreciate your concerns. Mr. Burke.
Thank you.
Could you redisplay Exhibit 30, please? And again, while he's doing that, that same conclusion where you include the language, go back to that page, please, 5. Use the term, there is evidentiary support and possible contributor. I want to focus your attention on the words evidentiary support. We've had a prior witness testify that, from the FBI, testified that they use a scale and they characterize the support along the lines of strong. Are you familiar with that type of a scale?
Yes.
Does your agency employ that scale?
We can come to 5 conclusions at our agency, so there can either be exclusion, limited support for exclusion, uninformative, limited support for inclusion, and support for inclusion.
And I take it from what you just said, you don't use these qualifiers strongly. The words strongly include things of that nature.
Yes, we don't use a verbal scale at our laboratory.
Is that a scientific phrase when you talk about instead of saying that there's support for an inclusion, you instead say there is strong support for the conclusion?
So our laboratory doesn't use a verbal scale due to the fact that they add subjective words to the front of this word support. It is our stance that the likelihood ratio statistic, the number stands on its own. So we report the likelihood ratio and either support for inclusion or support for exclusion.
Thank you. Would you go to page 8 of the report and highlight the very top of the first 2 sentences? You included this language in your report, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you included this language in all 3 of your reports, referring to the conclusions conform with the relevant Department of Justice policy on uniform language.
That's correct.
Right. And why do you include that language in all 3 of your reports?
It's standard language for our reports. Our reports adhere to the DOJ ULTRA statement.
Okay, and could you go now to Exhibit Oliver 4 for the witness only? Not admitted yet. Are you familiar with this document, the Department of Justice Uniform Language for Testimony and Reports for Forensic Autosomal DNA Examination using probabilistic genotyping systems?
Yes, I am.
Right. And would you go to page 4 of that document, please? And the court has heard some prior testimony about this Department of Justice directive. What is ATF's, what is your understanding of what the qualifications and limitations are that are required by this policy of the Department of Justice? What are you not supposed to be saying in connection with the reports that you wrote in this case?
There's a few things that the Ultra document states. First, it states if you use a verbal scale, which we do not, then you need to use the one dictated in the document. This is in an effort to unify the language coming out of DOJ laboratories. It also says that we cannot.
This hearing continuing live right now in Provo, Utah. An analyst, forensic biologist testifying on the stand right now. And you also heard more conversation about the fact that even the victim's family inside the courtroom unable to see some of the exhibits. As we know and as we have talked about over the past weeks and months, the judge there in Utah has been very deliberate and very careful about how much and what evidence would be shown in this preliminary hearing, making sure, putting pretty strict limits on it, even putting limits on before today on what the camera can show when it comes to Tyler Robinson and him sitting at the defendant's table. They can't show him standing, I believe. They can't show any shackles or any handcuffs or anything like that. Those have been motions that have been made by the defense wanting to make sure those things aren't shown publicly, and the judge has acceded to many of those, but has allowed some things to be shown. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll keep monitoring that hearing in Utah. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program with put Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. I want to get you to this news conference that happened just a little bit ago in Columbus, Ohio, where the Department of Justice announced the indictments of 8 people who are now facing charges in connection with an alleged terror plot at the UFC fight that happened on the White House grounds. And this news conference, you're going to hear officials kind of outline the charges and the allegations against these people and what they call a planned sniper attack at that event. This is that news conference just a little bit ago.
I'm Dominic Gerace, the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Ohio, and I'm joined today by Special Agent in Charge Jason Cromartie from the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Jason Reese from the United States Secret Service, and Deputy Chief Robert Sagal from the Columbus Division of Police. Not able to be with us here today, but certainly deserving of recognition are the Knox County, Ohio Sheriff's Office and the Danville, Ohio Police Department. And Special Agent in Charge Cromartie will talk a little bit more about them and thank them for what their role was. But it was a large role in this investigation, and I wanted to thank them personally as well. So we're here today to discuss the indictment of 8 men who are charged in 2 conspiracies related to the plot to kill federal government officials and other members of the public who attended the Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC, Freedom 250 event in Washington, D.C. at the White House on June 14th. Before I continue, I want to remind everybody that what I am about to discuss is alleged in charging instruments that contain allegations only, and that the defendants we're going to talk about today are presumed innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. As our court filings reveal, the investigation of this plot began on June 10th right here in the Southern District of Ohio, when Knox County Sheriff's deputies and Danville police officers responded to the Knox County resident of Tyson Proper after receiving a report from a concerned family member. Upon further investigation, Proper was arrested and charged in this district by criminal complaint. The investigation continued and led to the arrest of and federal criminal complaints filed against 6 other individuals located in 4 other federal jurisdictions across the country. Those individuals are Abraham Alvarez, Daniel Eskridge, William Faulkner, Jordan Rinker, Brian Roa, and Michael Thomas. Thanks to this quick law enforcement action and close coordination and cooperation between federal prosecutors in my office and those in the Central District of California, the Western District of Missouri, the District of Nebraska, and the Western District of Washington, as well as from the Department of Justice's National Security Division, this alleged plot was disrupted before it could be carried out, ensuring a safe and successful UFC Freedom 250 event on June 14th. The indictment handed down yesterday consolidates all of these previously filed criminal complaints into one charging instrument and adds an 8th defendant to the conspiracy, Chandler D. Skaggs, 21, of Chapmanville, West Virginia. Mr. Skaggs was taken into custody a few days ago in West Virginia. The indictment charges all 8 men with 2 conspiracy counts. The first count is a conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists by way of money, firearms, ammunition, body armor, explosives, drones, medical and communications equipment, as well as personnel, with the knowledge and intent that those resources were to be used in preparation for and to carry out the murder of federal officers and employees in the course of an attack on a federal facility and the use of a weapon of mass destruction. That first conspiracy count is punishable by up to 15 years of imprisonment. The second count is a conspiracy to commit murder on federal government territory and to murder a federal government official, including the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States, and members of Congress. That second count is punishable by up to a lifetime of imprisonment. The indictment details several overt acts allegedly committed by the defendants in May and June of this year, including acquiring and maintaining firearms, ammunition and body armor, meeting to train in marksmanship and combat tactics, meeting to provide firearms and other gear to each other, purchasing a 3D printer to make drones, making plans to travel together to Washington, D.C., and actually beginning travel to Washington, D.C. The allegations in this indictment, we allege, show that these men were not simply airing grievances from behind their keyboards and sharing like-minded political ideologies. Rather, they took action to carry out a plot to attack the UFC Freedom 250 event and to murder federal officials at the highest levels of our government.
All right, so we're listening into that news conference. We'll get you back to it in a little bit, but I want to get you right now to Auburndale, where we are hearing from Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, who is speaking live right now about an officer-involved shooting that happened just a little bit ago. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Of Spectrum, that's located on Highway 92, just west of Berkeley Road in the city of Auburndale. Immediately, Auburndale police officers started an emergency response to that location, as did the deputies assigned in the unincorporated area that worked the Auburndale area. We responded together. Before we got here, there was conflicting information, but more 911 calls about shots still being fired. So at that moment in time, we go, okay, it's at a business. There's more shots fired. What's going on? I think it's important to point out that that's what patrol officers and patrol deputies face every day. The first 911 call is not clear and concise. So they're literally going into an unknown situation, but what they do know, there's a report of a suicide and then there's reports of shots fired. So when our officers and deputies arrived, what we found on the ground was a lady who turns out to be a black female, 20 years of age. Because of Marcy's laws, we're prohibited from releasing her identity at this time. But it's painfully evident to the officers and deputies on scene that she has suffered very significant wounds. At that same time, we also see this man. He is Dedrick Bethright. He's 39 years of age. He is laying on the ground holding a firearm in his hand. Our deputies and officers approach. And when they approach, he starts manipulating the gun and then pointed it in their direction. 5 Auburndale police officers and 2 deputy sheriffs shot. And they shot a multiple number of times. And then we began emergency services to try to save both of their lives. Now at this moment in time, our officers and deputies say, well, what he's done is shot her, and then he has shot at our deputies and officers. This preliminary information that we're giving you is all subject to modification because we've got several different witnesses. Certainly we're looking at a parking lot video from Spectrum, who is totally cooperating with us, as are these surrounding stores whose business has been stopped for this emergency. But here's what we know. We know that this black female 20, our victim, has had a ongoing relationship with this Derek Bethright, who's 39. They have a child in common. We are told, and I underscore, we are told, we haven't run all this to ground, that he said yesterday he threatened his girlfriend, they're not married, this victim, our 20-year-old victim, I'm going to kill you and then kill myself. So she gets up this morning, she puts their 3-year-old beautiful little boy in the car. She lives in Lake Wales and she drives to Waverly, which is north of Lake Wales. She drops him off at Dad's parents' house, or Derek's house. Then she's on her way to work. She works for Spectrum as some kind of telephone agent or customer service agent. Supposedly she's still in training. She stops on Highway 92 at Wendy's and gets a drink and some breakfast. And then she pulls into the parking lot of Spectrum by herself, and he approaches her and hears 2 rapid gunshots. And she's found outside of the driver's door of her vehicle, ultimately mortally wounded. In addition to that, the suspect hears 2 rapid gunshots and then a single gunshot. Now the 911 calls are coming in. Our Auburndale officers and deputies are arriving. As they arrive, they see her mortally, desperately wounded, and they need to get to her. And here's this guy laying on the ground. He's also wounded and holding a gun. As they approach him, he manipulates the gun and points it at them, and all 7 of the officers and deputies shoot him. Now, once that threat is neutralized, then they begin to help our victim and try to save the life of our suspect, Derek, who is still alive at that moment in time. Emergency services arrives. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's ever been a classic suicide by cop, this is it. But let me show you Derek's previous criminal history. This is his previous criminal history. He's been in trouble with the law for a very long time. This criminal history and dispositions shows us that he's got a total of 31 previous felony arrests, 24 misdemeanor arrests, for a total of 55 previous criminal charges. We don't know the details of why the conflict occurred between Derek and our victim, who was his girlfriend or past girlfriend. And that is under investigation at this time. Now, let me turn this over to our chief from Auburndale. Terry and I have worked together for decades. He retired from the sheriff's office as a captain, and then wisely the city of Auburndale chose him as the police chief. Chief?
Thanks, Sheriff. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. These kinds of things are what keeps police chiefs and police administrators up at night, these kinds of calls. You worry about your officers, putting them in harm's way. Well, that happened today. And that's why we train for this sort of stuff. In fact, we just finished our active shooter training at the police department. And when you have somebody with such determination that they're laying there after having shot our victim, manipulating the handgun in what we think was an attempt to clear a malfunction on the handgun, and then pointing his firearm at our officers. We don't know if he shot at our officers just yet. That's still under investigation. But he pointed that firearm at our officers and deputies, and they shot him. They shot him a lot. That's what we train for, and I'm very proud of the job that they did, and I'm very thankful for the sheriff's office and the working relationship that we have, Sheriff.
As you know, we have what we call an OD task force. It's made up of the sheriff's office, the different police departments, and it is an investigation done that will ultimately be presented to the state attorney's office. The state attorney's office has two of their bosses here today in an effort to oversee the OD task force work. Now, we normally would release the name of the officers and deputies to you today because the chief and I believe in transparency. But Marcy's law was changed this last legislative session that says we cannot release their names for at least 72 hours. I disagree with that. I think you have the right to know that right now. But it's absolutely confidential and against the law for me to release the officers' or deputies' names. So at the end of the day, we will, when the law allows us, release that information to you. The investigation is far from over. We've got a lot of witnesses to talk to. We've got to look at the background. So we don't know why all of this happened. And like I said, we only have one witness that said he threatened her yesterday, and his statement was, "I'm going to kill you and then kill myself." Well, today, he shot and killed her in the Spectrum employees' parking lot where she worked. And he turned the gun on himself and shot himself. However, he was not deceased when our deputies arrived. He had the gun still in his hand and ultimately pointed it at the deputies and the officers, which caused us, obviously, to shoot him, and shoot him a lot. Now, you can ask some questions, if you like, of the chief and I, chief and me, but I've told you what we know right now. All right? Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am?
Said he was carrying an assault rifle. Can you confirm out what that was?
There was no assault rifle.
Can you spell the 39-year-old's name for us correctly, and then tell us how many times was he shot?
His name is Derrick, D-E-R-R-I-C-K, B-Y-A-T-H-R-I-T-E. And we don't know how many times he was shot yet. The investigation's underway, but 5 officers and 2 deputies shot, and he was shot enough that he didn't pose any more threat. He had 31 previous felony charges, 24 misdemeanor charges for a total of 55. And this is his criminal history right here. This guy was obviously dangerous. He proved it today. He murdered the mother of a beautiful 3-year-old child today and shot himself, and then pointed the guns at us so we could finish the job that he started on himself. Okay?
Do you have any other mental history that you know?
We do not know at this point in the investigation what all of his history is. Obviously, we pulled up his criminal history to see what in the world, who would do that? Who would shoot a beautiful 20-year-old young lady, the mother of a 3-year-old? But supposedly he told her the 3-year-old would grow up without a mother or a father. And that's the truth. Initial 911 calls came from the parking lot employees here at the Spectrum. Okay?
Are all officers on leave, sir?
There is a standard protocol, and I believe the chiefs can speak to his, that they go on administrative leave with pay during the initial investigation. Obviously, it's a hugely stressful situation. We require all of our deputies and officers to go through a mental health screening before they come back to work. So they'll be off until probably Tuesday or Wednesday of next week.
But not administrative leave?
No, it is it's an administrative leave with pay, which is part of the investigative routine. We have a very, very detailed system, and it's to protect the mental health and welfare of our officers. No one comes to work thinking, we want to shoot somebody today. We never, ever, ever, ever want to shoot somebody. But you can be sure of one thing. You point a gun at our officers or deputies and we're going to shoot you. We're going to shoot you a lot. We're sorry that we have to do it, but you made that decision for us to shoot you. We didn't make that decision to shoot you.
Are you all conducting interviews of employees there?
We'll be interviewing everybody.
Were your deputies body cam recorded?
I'm not going to talk about that. Okay? Thank you very much.
Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd and the Auburndale Police Chief talking about that shooting that happened earlier today. So here's what we know. You saw the photo of the suspect, Derek Bathright, they said, who ended up shooting and killing the mother of his child, according to investigators, in the parking lot of the place she worked in Auburndale, and then turned the gun on himself. But when deputies got there, they say he was still alive at the time. He turned the gun on them. They ended up firing, shooting, and killing that suspect in the parking lot there. They said, the sheriff said, if there's ever a suicide by cop, this is kind of the textbook definition of that situation. This comes just a day after they say the suspect threatened the woman, saying that telling her he was going to kill her and then he was going to kill himself. So scary situation there. We finally got the update and the information from the Polk County Sheriff, but it has been an active scene throughout the day in Auburndale. We started our show actually at 11 o'clock with that breaking news and gave you a live look at that scene. We now know a little bit more about what happened. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and I want to get you back to that news conference from a little bit ago in Columbus, where we were hearing the Department of Justice talk about the 8 people who were charged in a terror plot that could have happened at the UFC fight on the White House grounds. They're calling it a planned sniper attack, and 8 people have now been indicted in that. We were listening to that before we went to the breaking news in Polk County. So I want to get you back to that news conference, as we heard from a couple of other speakers as well, kind of outlining what we know about this investigation and the charges against those suspects.
As mentioned, a group was making plans and taking steps to conduct an attack on our nation's capital. However, every day, the FBI takes steps to identify and to protect people from those threats. Good morning. My name is Jason Cromartie. I'm the Special Agent in charge for FBI Cincinnati, which covers the southern and central portions of Ohio. The mission of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force is to detect and disrupt terror plots that target Americans with an emphasis on preventing incidents before they occur. I'm honored to be here today with our partners to announce these indictments related to the threats against the Freedom 250 Ultimate Fighting Championship, or UFC, the event that was to be held at the White House last month. This is a classic example of see something, say something, saving lives, and how the law enforcement partnership comes together to keep our communities safe. The FBI is grateful for these partnerships that have helped prevent a tragedy. From the initial 911 call, our law enforcement colleagues with the Danville Police Department and the Knox County Sheriff's Office recognized a potential threat. Their deputies and patrol officers did a tremendous job at evaluating the situation, taking immediate action, and exposing this terrorist threat, and then contacting the FBI. When the FBI began to investigate Tyson Proper, we quickly learned of the alleged plot involved multiple people across the country coordinating and planning a violent attack. The FBI notified the Secret Service, who are great partners in our efforts to protect the U.S. homeland. Command post coordinated interviews, intelligence analysis, and execution of search warrants around the country quickly identified additional participants and evidence of this conspiracy. This resulted in additional subjects being arrested by the FBI over a matter of days in several states, as mentioned, in Missouri, Nebraska, and California. Through this investigation, we learned the group allegedly planned to carry out a mass casualty attack involving the use of drones, armed with explosives and firearms meant to shoot people fleeing in the crowds. Our command posts also included membership of the Secret Service and other partners to share information in real time and to help ensure no violence occurred at the White House UFC event or any other high-profile events. Again, the FBI would like to thank our local partners at the Knox County Sheriff's Office, the Danville Police Department, and particularly members of the Columbus Division of Police, who are an integral part of this investigation. I must commend the special agents, the task force officers, the intelligence analysts, and the other team members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force and the many other law enforcement agencies and officers around the country for their work on this case. They continue their commitment to keeping people safe and working together to protect our nation, especially the work by the United States Attorney's Office and the Southern District of Ohio, who helped us put together this case. Together, we worked long hours, ceaselessly over several weeks to investigate, make fast work of uncovering connections and disrupting this plot. I also want to thank FBI leadership and the various supporting divisions of FBI headquarters and the many FBI field offices coast to coast who are directly involved in this investigation. They've all committed significant amount of resource to ensure this conspiracy was aggressively and thoroughly investigated. Finally, the FBI wants to remind the public how important it is to speak up when they are concerned about something and they observe something that they observe this isn't right. Again, we've all heard this saying, see something, say something. This was an excellent case of someone who was concerned by what they were seeing and contacted law enforcement before violence could occur. I encourage the public, if something does not seem right, please alert the authorities. You can always call the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, or in an emergency, please call 911. It is our partnerships with law enforcement and with the public together that strengthen our safety nationwide. Thank you. I'll now turn it over to the U.S. Secret Service, Jason Reese.
Thanks, Jason. And good morning. My name is Jason Reese. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the U.S. Secret Service in Cincinnati. I'd like to begin by thanking the U.S. Attorney's Office, the U.S. Attorney and his staff, our federal and local partners at the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force, and the special agents and the technical investigators who got us to this point. There is no mission of greater importance to the Secret Service than the protection of our nation's leaders. And the work put into this investigation makes that point crystal clear. When the information came in, it was a great example of how layers of law enforcement can work efficiently together. Once we had the information that we needed, the Secret Service and federal and local partners were able to identify and lawfully interrupt a communication network that gave us a roadmap to a sinister plot targeting the White House complex. Our agents and support staff are always on alert. In this case, they worked around the clock and in a short window of time in order to mitigate and interdict this threat. I'm truly grateful for their tenacity. From here, the investigation and findings will be presented in court. We'll protect the integrity of that process, and any further comments will be made through official court filings. Lastly, I want to make very clear to the public that nobody is more aware of the threats that lurk outside of our doors than the Secret Service. Rest assured that this agency's vigilance and dedication to duty will continue to keep our nation's leaders and institutions safe. I'd like to introduce to you the Deputy Chief from the Columbus Division of Police, Deputy Chief Sagal. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rob Sagal. I'm a Deputy Chief over Special Operations Subdivision of the Columbus Division of Police. On behalf of Chief Elaine Bryant, I wanted to thank all of our federal, state, and local partners for their efforts and collaboration on this case. Ohio Homeland Security protects the public by analyzing threats, sharing intelligence, safeguarding critical infrastructure, and coordinating emergency preparedness and response. Region 4, which includes much of Central Ohio, including Knox County, works together to safeguard the largest city in Ohio and anything in the region which could impact Columbus. As the largest department in the state, the Columbus Division of Police has dedicated resources to the of our Homeland Security Section Counterterrorism Unit and assigned them to the statewide Terrorism Analysis and Crime Center, which is the Ohio's Fusion Center. The Fusion Center network allows us to quickly address rapidly evolving situations and threats to our city, state, and throughout the nation. We also dedicate many resources to the local FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force, and we're proud of that partnership. These efforts cannot be accomplished alone. They are successful because of the partnerships, but not just because of the partnerships with law enforcement. It's the partnerships with the communities we serve. We would like to thank everyone involved in this case who saw something, said something, and took action. This is how we work together to ensure our communities thrive and our residents feel safe showing up to large events. Thank you.
Okay, we can now take some questions.
Was Mr. Cropper on anyone's radar before May?
I'm not aware of him being on anybody's radar before this concerned family member made the call to the sheriff's office.
Would this have been the first time that these 8 ever met each other, and have any of them ever met each other at this point?
We have some information, and I'm going to try to stick to what's been filed in these various complaints that have been filed in the indictments. But there's some information in those indictments about meetings that occurred. In particular, there's a meeting, I think it was on June 13th, between one of the subjects in Nebraska, Alvarez, and a Missouri-based subject. I think it was Mr. Rinker. So they did meet up, and certainly we have information in our complaints and in the indictment talking about how there were plans to meet up, plans for Mr. Proper to drive to West Virginia to meet up with another individual, Mr. Skaggs, in West Virginia, and one of the subjects out, or the defendants out in California, Mr. Roa, having gotten in a car, planning to drive to pick up other members of the conspiracy. But a lot of the communication, obviously, is laid out in the complaint, and the indictments was online through messaging apps and things of that sort.
How common are plots like this, and are they becoming more common with the prevalence of internet chat groups?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say how common plots are. I mean, there's, I think the internet chat groups, these encrypted applications that people use to message each other, make it more and more frequent, and they sort of embolden people to come up with plans and do these plans because they think they're not going to be detected, right? Hey, this is an encrypted app, I'm going to use that. The one, I think, really remarkable thing about what we're able to do, and at the federal levels, we do have these conspiracy charges charges and attempt charges and things of that nature. So when we get into an investigation like that, these are charges that don't require the completion of these underlying crimes. And so when we can get onto a messaging application and uncover some communications that reveal a potential plot, we have these tools federally to be able to charge individuals. We don't have to make them take, go all the way before we can hold them accountable and mitigate the threat.
Can you speak more to just the timeline? I mean, 4 days before the event doesn't seem like a ton of time. From my perspective, somebody who doesn't do this.
Yeah, I mean, I think as laid out in our charging instruments, we've got communications that kind of started, at least with respect to this type of plot, in May. So a good month before the events. Things started to seem to have crystallized sometime in the beginning of June in terms of focusing in on the UFC Freedom 250 event. And certainly when you look at the communications, there were plans to do something at that event. Drones, explosives, there was firearms amassed, ammunition amassed, body armor, plans to travel, right? So, yeah, it might seem like a condensed timeline, but the intent from the communications that we've revealed in our complaints and in our indictments show that these folks were planning to act within that time frame.
Was the conspiracy larger than it was first believed?
It's like peeling back the layers of an onion sometimes on some of this stuff, right? So you have these chat rooms, you have certain participants in the chat rooms, and you're just trying to figure out who it is, who these folks are. And so you have a bunch of monikers being used, and you don't even know if it's one person using the same moniker or multiple monikers and that sort of thing. So I think at the beginning of the investigation, it wasn't clear how large it was going to turn out to be. And there were a number of folks involved in these chat rooms. There was a number of different chat groups that were compartmentalized, and then different levels of participation in those chat groups, right? So you had some people that maybe were lurking a little bit more and not really participating, some people that were fully participating, and then sort of anywhere in between in that spectrum. So it wasn't clear how big it was going to turn out to be, and we've charged these 8 folks right now, but the investigation is going to continue until I think we feel, and the FBI feels, and the Secret Service and our law enforcement partners feel that we've charged everybody that we think needs to be charged in relation to this plot.
Do you anticipate more charges or more people charged?
I'm not going to say one way or the other. I'll just say the investigation is continuing at this point. I'm not going to tell you what I'm anticipating or not at this point.
Is there any indication who really started this of these 8 people? There's been various, through the complaints, this person had this kind of leadership role or this kind of leadership role. Was there one point person that was really the spearhead of this?
Well, I think we've charged our first named indictment, or first person named in the indictment is Alvarez. I think he's viewed, the shepherd is viewed as sort of a leader in this plot. That's the thing about conspiracies, and that's why conspiracies have been made, criminal conspiracies have been made illegal, right? Is once you get a bunch of people together and they start planning, you never know where the things go, right? And that leads back into the point about social media. That's only, and not social media, but social messaging apps and encrypted apps, is that's only sort of amplified this. Why do we criminalize criminal conspiracies? Is because when you get a group of people planning to do illegal acts, that's viewed as just as serious as actually completing that illegal act, right? So I think when you look at these chats, you see a lot of involvement from a lot of people, and maybe it's different levels, and you might be able to characterize one person as more of a leader, and this person was in charge of looking at drones and things of that nature. But the folks that we've charged, we believe, were all conspirators. They agreed to commit an illegal act, and they were taking overt acts in furtherance of that conspiracy.
And what do you, how would you describe how likely they would have been to achieve this?
I would say it was achieve. It depends on what you mean by achieve it, but at the end of the day, I think we have evidence, and we've laid it out in the complaints and in the indictment, that these folks had amassed ammunition, had amassed weapons, were looking at 3D printers for drones, and had travel plans to go to D.C. So, what would have happened or could have happened, that's never going to be clear, because thank God there was an intervention here, and this thing was disrupted. But in my view, when I look at what's been alleged there, it seems pretty likely that someone was going to, or someone or multiple people were driving to Washington, D.C. to do something.
When you talk about the concern for homegrown terrorist
terrorists or extremists trying to carry out this kind of violence?
Yeah, there's always a concern for homegrown. We see that quite a bit. I think, I don't know if Jason wants to talk about this, but in my work in the past as a prosecutor with the JTTF, homegrown, we're just as concerned with homegrown as we are with an attack coming from someone overseas, obviously, right? And again, going back to the social media and the social messaging part of this and chat rooms, and that seems to be an incubator for a lot of these ideas. People get in an echo chamber, they get together with like-minded individuals, and then they start concocting things. So we're always concerned with that. That's a major domestic terrorism, international terrorism, all sorts of terrorism we're focused on, but we're always concerned about homegrown extremists.
What does it say about the determination of these folks when, after they lost touch, according to what's in the complaint, after they lost touch with Mr. Croper, he was trying to find another way to get to D.C.
Right.
What does that say to you about how determined they were to execute?
Yeah, I think it says a lot about that. I mean, I think it goes back to my point is this wasn't a pie in the sky type of thing. This isn't just people talking on messaging apps. These are people that were determined. Again, we had Mr. Roa get into a car in California to drive, and his car broke down, but he was on his way. Skaggs, to your point, when Proper kind of dropped off because the cops had been called, and he reported that, the Skaggs was asking about who else is going to come to pick me up so we can get out to D.C. So it goes back to the point of how likely was this? I think all those points lead to that conclusion.
You mentioned workers who weren't necessarily a part of anything and didn't participate, but were still there. Are you keeping eyes on those people?
I'll say this. I think the FBI, Secret Service, all our partners are doing a comprehensive investigation. And so I think it would be obviously irresponsible of us as federal law enforcement to not look at every single person that was potentially involved here or in these chat rooms or chat groups.
With respect to the 8 individuals, what comes next for them and where are they being held?
Yeah, so we have 2 folks that are being held here in this district right now. We have everybody's detained, and so the other 6 are detained, but they're detained in other districts. 2 of those 6 are detained on our charges here. The other 4 were detained on complaints that were filed in those districts, and we expect them to appear on our indictment, and then eventually to be transported here to the Southern District of Ohio to appear and to face these charges. Thank you.
That news conference earlier today in Ohio outlining those charges and some of the allegations against the suspects, including with the one who was just arrested there. And it sounds like there was quite a bit of plan, quite already, that had been prepared for an attack that had been foiled, thankfully. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. We have more to get to. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. I want to get you back to the Tyler Robinson hearing that is going on right now in Provo, Utah, because at the top of the hour, we're going to have a legal analyst in here, a former judge as well, who's going to give us a lot of perspective about what is going on inside that courtroom, and also some of the decisions and some of what has happened from the judge. Now, the forensic biologist, the DNA analyst, still on the stand right now. One of the witnesses being called by the defense. This is an ATF official who is testifying about the forensics of the gun. So this is one of the things that the defense is looking to call into to question, talking about the ballistics, the gun forensics. So that's what this analyst, who, yes, they do have a background in DNA analysis, looking at, talking about some of the evidence that they found they were able to get from that gun that was found and recovered from the scene. So we're going to go ahead and listen in as this hearing continues. Now, the judge saying today that even though today is the last day that we're going to hear testimony, that he's not expected to make a decision on whether this case will continue to move forward until at least September. So we're going to go ahead and listen in as this expert continues to testify.
Fired. Cartridge case has been fired.
Right. Let's jump back to page 7. And what was your conclusion with regard to, well, first of all, why do you group these two together, exhibits 1.13 and 2.1 in your conclusions here?
They were both mixtures of two individuals, and they both yielded a likelihood ratio of the same magnitude, so they can be grouped together.
Okay. It's not that they were tested together?
Correct.
It's just that the results were of the same magnitude, so they were reported together. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. What was your conclusion as it relates to both of these as to the likelihood ratio?
The DNA profiles are at least 1 trillion times more likely if they originated from Tyler Robinson as the major contributor and an unknown unrelated individual than if they originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And did you make a conclusion here as well about the a probability statistic?
Yes, so the probability of an unrelated individual in the population who has not contributed DNA to these samples yielding this level of support, so meaning yielding this likelihood ratio, is less than 1 in a trillion.
Nothing else.
Mr. Burt.
The 1.3 sample is described as swabs of trigger and trigger guard, right?
Correct.
You didn't do the swabs, but am I correct that you have no way of knowing which part was from the trigger and which part was from the trigger guard?
Correct. So they were swabbed together, so I wouldn't be able to say where the DNA came from.
And that's one of the samples that was degraded, correct?
There were signs of degradation present in that sample, yes.
And you said with regard to that sample that that was a sample consistent with at least 4 contributors, right?
Correct.
And did what you term the major profile have the largest amount of degradation in that sample?
There was, yes.
And you can't tell us anything about when the DNA was deposited on the trigger guard or the trigger, correct?
Correct.
You can't tell us anything about whether, when you say it's at least 4, it could be 5, 6, or 7 people with DNA on that trigger or trigger guard, correct?
Correct, which is why we have the major contributor that is suitable for comparison, and the minor contributor is not suitable for comparison due to that complexity.
And again, major, minor just has to do with the levels of DNA you were seeing. It has nothing to do with someone being engaged in activity that is major in relation to the minor contributor?
Yes, so the major contributor is the majority of the DNA contributed to that sample.
Okay. And some of these samples, you have major contributors of more than one person, right?
Correct.
So for sample 1.1, swabs of stock, you have 2 major profiles, and there are at least 4 contributors on that sample, right?
Can I refer to my report?
Sure. It's Exhibit 30. Plaintiff's 30. Right?
You said Exhibit 1.1?
Yes.
Yes, it was a mixture of 4 individuals. There were 2 major contributors.
Okay. And again, with regard to all these samples, no way of knowing when or how the DNA got on those samples, correct?
Correct.
You referenced another statistic in your report, which is the statistic related to paragraph E, I guess?
Correct.
Is it what's called the random match probability statistic? Or is that something else?
It itself is not a random match probability statistic. It is a way to represent the likelihood ratio similar to a random match probability.
But it's still a likelihood ratio computation, right?
Correct. It's based off the likelihood ratio computation.
And it's still subject to all the limitations we've talked about.
Correct.
Can't attribute it to any person. Can't state it's infallible. Can't state there's a 0 error rate. And you can't state that it is a source connected with any one person, correct?
Right. So part of not being able to state source attribution is the reason we report the likelihood ratio statistic. It speaks to the weight of the evidence. And so yes, we can't do a source attribution, and we report that statistic and address that uncertainty that way.
And address the uncertainty along with the other limitations we talked about.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Anything further for this witness?
No.
All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Anything further from the defense?
No, we have no further witnesses.
All right. Returning to prosecution, anything further?
No, Judge, we have no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. The state has no rebuttal evidence to present at this hearing. However, before we break, there is the matter that was discussed yesterday with respect to publishing in the courtroom Exhibit 12.1 so that the victim's family can observe that.
Thank you. All right. Do the parties wish to be heard as it relates to this briefly, and then the court will issue its ruling?
Your Honor, I actually just want to make a quick record. We have advised Mr. Robinson of his right to testify at this hearing, and he is choosing to take our advice and not testify.
Is that correct, Mr. Robinson? And I note that he's nodding in the affirmative. Thank you, Ms. Visser. All right. In regards to the outstanding issue about the publication of State's Exhibit 12.1 to the courtroom only, to persons here, any further input from any of the parties before the court issues its ruling?
Your Honor, Jeff Nyman on behalf of the victim, my understanding is you ruled yesterday that you were going to play it, that you did grant our request. So I don't know if we...
Thank you.
Judge, I might simply add, given the court's ruling this morning with respect to displaying exhibits, we may want to make a record with the live streaming folks here that it's not going to be published.
Thank you. All right. Nothing further from any of the parties? Okay. I'm just updating some notes. All right. The court wishes to readdress yesterday's ruling in light of this morning's sanction as it relates to Exhibit 16. The court separately addressed that incident and imposed a sanction on the record. Having considered all applicable public access, fair trial, privacy, and victims' rights interests, the court adheres to its prior ruling. The court finds that temporarily limiting live stream to audio only while Exhibit 12.1 is displayed is necessary to prevent the inadvertent publication of the exhibit from being transmitted to outside the courtroom, and no broader and is taking the least restrictive means to accomplish what is being requested. Accordingly, Exhibit 12.1 may be viewed by all persons physically present in the courtroom, including victim representative Ms. Kirk in her capacity as the victim representative. The same in-court viewing rules applies to all parties and courtroom attendees. And that is the ruling of the court. Let's go ahead and proceed to that, to the stage. So could the camera operator let me know when we're switched to an audio only? We are? Okay. All right. And as it's switched to audio only, to the state, now my understanding there's no audio on this surveillance on 12.1. Is that correct? All right. All right. So let's go ahead and play that. And I'm going to rule that this also applies to the still photographer. It cannot be captured, the screen, in any way. I noted video recording, but I intend as well as no still capture of any of the monitors during the publication of 12.1. All right. And to the stage, just let me know if you're ready. Let's go ahead and play it now.
All right, while we are waiting on them to play that exhibit, which you will only hear the audio. They're not able to show it. That's why the shot's showing the state seal right now. We're going to go ahead and take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It appears they are still working to get that exhibit up and running on the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing and the things that are going on with that. So we've been monitoring that throughout the break. You haven't missed anything with that. And I do just want to remind you, I know we've been talking about it over the last little bit, but we're going to have a guest coming up in our 2 o'clock hour right at the very top of the show who is going to help us make sense of what's been going on this week, some of the big takeaways, some of the things that have been happening. So we are excited to welcome her in just a few minutes. And so we'll have that for you coming up at 2 o'clock when we welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. So we are continuing to monitor what's happening in Utah with the Tyler Robinson hearing. And again, we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. But to shift gears here for our last few minutes here of Fox 35 News Plus, I want to talk with you a little bit about an invasive pest that is causing some problems for farmers here in Florida right now. We're talking about the invasive pasture mealybug that has been spotted in some pasture grass and sugarcane crops in 15 different counties in Florida. This is something that is native to South Asia, and we really don't know how it ended up arriving here in Florida, but it is a concern from experts because of the impact that it can cause to farmers and their crops. And so I had the chance earlier to speak with Isaac Esquivel, who is assistant professor of entomology at the University of Florida in their IFAS extension office. And so he talked with us about what we need to know about this pest and what you need to watch out for and what to do if you see one of these.
Yeah, so it is a small wax-covered aphid-like insect, and it's a grass specialist. And grass is pretty broad, can range anything from pasture grasses to sugarcane, corn, potentially sorghum varieties, and it can cause pretty extensive damage in all of these crops. And then on the pasture side of things, it can kill the grass in about 3 weeks, at least from the literature, and folks dealing with it in Australia. But it's important to, like, if you see anything wrong with your pastures, take a little closer look. Don't just write it off as drought stress, because it could potentially be mealybugs hiding in the soil area. And they're really hard to see, so you really have to look and get those to your county agent or Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services to get them ID'd and confirm that it is pasture mealybug.
Yeah, they really kind of blend in, don't they?
Yeah, they do. And the images up here, those are adults, and the immatures are even smaller and harder to see.
And so how'd they get here?
Oh, that's a very good question. They were in Texas in the fall of 2025. We first got it reported here in Florida end of May, first week of June. I don't think they came from Texas. So that is the number one question we're interested to figure out.
What sort of problems do they cause, Isaac? Why do we need to be on such a watch for them, especially if you are, you do have a lot of crops?
Yeah, so they're piercing sucking insects. They feed on plant sap. So one, they're just sucking the juice out of the plant, but there's something in that feeding pathway that causes a reaction in the plant, and you cause it seeing to change colors here to red, eventually kind of desiccating the leaves. So it slowly kills the plant because turning the leaves brown, and they can't get any photosynthetic activity.
So is that a concern that we're seeing, that we're getting reports of them here in Florida right now, even though they're not native to this area?
Yes. So from once initially they were detected, they were detected in about 15 counties, as far as I know of as of a couple days ago from the last report. So it's just they have the potential to spread quickly. So just want to make sure folks are aware of it in case it does get out of those 15 counties and we start seeing it elsewhere in Florida.
All right, so we will certainly keep our eyes peeled for that. Then Isaac Esquivel, Assistant Professor of Entomology at University of Florida, the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Thanks for having me.
And just to show you the map again, where some of those things have already been cited: Brevard, Charlotte, Collier, Glades, Hardy, Hendry, Highlands, Indian River, Lee, Martin, Okeechobee, Osceola, Palm Beach, Polk, and St. Lucie counties. So you can see quite a bit of our area stretching down to South Florida, Southwest Florida have all been have spotted these creatures, these invasive pests that are causing some issues for farmers there. And as you said, kind of hard to see. You saw the photos of them, but something to watch out for. And if you are having some issues, reach out to your extension office because they are going to want to know. Well, we are coming up on 2 o'clock, getting ready to take our last break here on Fox 35 News Plus before we welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. We still have much more live streaming news coverage ahead for you. I want to let you know a couple of things that we are kind of continuing to watch at this hour. Obviously, continuing to monitor the hearing that's going on right now in Provo, Utah, day 5 of the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson, who's charged with aggravated murder. So we will talk about that in just a couple of minutes. Also in the Tampa area earlier today, the former Detroit Lions football player, Terrion Arnold, was in court. So we'll have an update on that coming up in a little bit. And then we're also going to talk with Nancy Gay from Fox 13 Tampa Bay, who's going to give us an update and kind of the fallout from this officer-involved shooting that we were just talking about a little bit ago in Polk County. She'll have the latest details coming up on that in our Tampa connection. We did hear from Sheriff Grady Judd, the Auburndale police chief, talking about what we know about that situation. Certainly a scary scene in the parking lot of that business earlier today in Auburndale. So we're watching that. We're also about an hour away from kickoff in the next World Cup game. We're talking Spain and Belgium. The winner has a tough task on their hands, whoever it is. They're going to be playing France. We talked about the World Cup just a little bit ago as well. So we've already covered a lot of ground over the last 3 hours of live streaming, and we still have much more to come over our next 90 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We are going to have much more on the other side of this break. But before we take that break, let me give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. Beautiful view on this Friday. Folks likely counting down to the weekend. But you can still see that kind of haze that's lingering in the air from all the Saharan dust that is also trapping some of that humidity and really setting in store for us a hot weekend here in Central Florida. We'll talk about that coming up in just a little bit with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergram. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back in just 2 minutes.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
and streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus right now. We appreciate you joining us today. We got a lot of ground to cover over the next hour or so. We're going to give you an update on this officer-involved shooting in Polk County. That's coming up in our Tampa connection. We are also going to take a look at our weekend forecast. A lot of heat and humidity spurred on by that Saharan dust that we are seeing all throughout our area right now. We're also tracking some storm damage in part of the area, so we're going to check in with one of our reporters out in the field, and we are also going to be following up on the growing number of cyclosporiasis cases across Florida. That is that GI parasite that's causing some issues, and the number of cases here in Florida is growing, so we'll talk about that with an expert coming up in just a little bit as well. But we begin our show today by talking about what's happening in Provo, Utah. Throughout the week, if you've been with us on our streaming platform, we have been listening in quite a bit to the preliminary hearing for Tyler Robinson. Today is day 5 of 5, the day that the hearing is expected to kind of wrap up, and this is a hearing that will determine the next steps in the case of Tyler Robinson, who of course is charged with aggravated murder in the shooting death of Charlie Kirk. And so joining us live now to help us make sense of everything that has happened in court this week and what happens next, pleased to be joined by Judge Tarlika Nunez Navarro, who is the Dean of the St. Thomas College of Law, joining us live in our streaming studio here today. Judge, thank you so much for taking the time and for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you for having me.
So I first want to get your take. It was interesting to hear the judge say today that despite the hearing wrapping up, that he's not going to make a decision on probable cause here until September at the earliest. Why would that be?
Well, in a case like this, that's prudent on the judge to take his time. I believe also the prosecutor and the defense are going to submit written argument prior to the oral argument that will happen on September 1st. And then they will come in, they will argue in front of the judge, and the judge will probably take his time in ruling and make sure that everything is correct and detailed accordingly. This is a death penalty case, and a death penalty case is scrutinized at the highest level. So he has to make sure that all his T's are crossed and his I's are dotted.
Yeah, it seems like he has been very careful to make sure that everything is done very carefully, everything is done by the book, kind of knowing that at some point they'll come looking at everything that has happened.
Yes, you can tell in his rulings all week. He's been very thorough and prepared. I've been quite impressed with his patience level for allowing the amount of arguments that we have seen. This is a very, very high level scrutinized case, and so everything that he does will be looked through very thoroughly.
Is that abnormal or is that normal for a judge in a case like this to say, I'm over the next few weeks, we'll look at this more and we'll make my decision on whether there's probable cause or not?
No, it's fairly normal for a case like this for him to take his time. You've seen it time and time again here in Orlando. We've had our high profile cases as well, and the judges here also do take their time in cases like this. You don't want to have to retry a death penalty case. It costs a ton of money to the taxpayers.
I also want to get your take, because there has been, again, all in the lead up, the weeks and months leading up to this preliminary hearing, so much conversation and so many motions by the defense about public access to this, about media access for this. We know Erica Kirk has said she wants everything public. The defense has fought tooth and nail, doing it as much as they can to make sure nothing essentially would be public when it comes to the evidence and the exhibits in this. We've seen the judge kind of allow some things, not allow some things. Apparently there was something yesterday that was shown for a few seconds that shouldn't have, and so the judge, as we talked about earlier, decided today no exhibits would be shown. What do you make of what we're seeing when it comes to kind of the public access, the media access to what we're seeing of the evidence in this preliminary hearing?
Well, this really is a balancing act for the judge. He has several competing interests that he has to take into account, constitutional safeguards as well. So the Kirk family certainly has the victim rights under the Constitution to hear the evidence that is presented in this case, as well as the defendant has his constitutional safeguards and rights to have a fair and impartial jury. And so the judge has to make sure that he doesn't let out too much so that a jury is not able to be picked in this case. And of course, we also have the public right, a public right to access to the court and access to know what's going on. And then you have all the conspiracy theories that we need to make sure that we're not fueling that as well, because public trust in the judiciary is paramount.
That's got to be a tough spot the judge finds him in, trying to make sure that everything, that you satisfy kind of all of those requirements, all of those competing interests.
Yes, I am not envious of this judge. I would not want to be sitting on this case.
So just kind of walk us through what happens next. Obviously, this is an important kind of procedural step here because the judge will have a decision as to whether or not there's probable cause and whether this case moves forward. Talk to us about the kind of role that this process plays in the larger legal procedure.
All right, so this is the first hurdle for the prosecution to get over, which is to establish probable cause that a crime was committed and that Tyler Robinson committed that crime. Once probable cause is found, then the judge will rule accordingly and allow it to proceed to trial. Once it proceeds to trial and gets a docket scheduled, then of course we start discovery, we start preliminary motions, defense will be filing their motions to suppress, expert witnesses will be listed, depending on Utah and the deposition rights, that depositions will be held, and then it will then proceed to an actual trial. So judging on how long it took to get this preliminary hearing done, how long the preliminary hearing took, and what we have seen the last 5 days, I would not predict this case would be going to trial before the next 2 years.
Wow. And if we have thought that we have seen a lot of back and forth between, the defense and the prosecution in this, because we have, they're really kind of going head to head on some things, potential, contempt for the prosecutors over some comments that they had made. If we thought we had seen a lot in the lead up to this preliminary hearing, what you're saying is that's just the start of what we could see over the next couple of years.
Yeah, this is only the beginning. The prosecutor has to really be mindful on what they're saying and what they're doing with the media in this case, because the judge is going to be very cautious, and as he should. And so I think this is only the beginning of what we will see over the next course of the next probably 16 to 24 months.
So what we have talked about some of the legal issues that have come up in the lead up to this. What do you think are some of the legal issues that are really going to shape where this case goes from here?
Well, the defense is essentially getting a preview into what this case is going to disclose, what the prosecutor's hand is, if you would put it that way. The defense does not have any burden at all to put on a case right now. They're just absorbing the information. And as a defense attorney, as a prior defense attorney, as a prior prosecutor, I can tell you the defense is looking for just holes. They're looking for like the ballistics and the inability to conclusively determine that that bullet in fact came from that rifle. So any opening that they have, they will harp on, and right now they're just getting a preview into that.
So what will you be watching for, given your extensive experience in this? I'm sure you watch how these things play out a lot differently than lay people like us. So what will you kind of be watching for as we continue to watch this process play out?
Well, I mean, this is fairly usual, due course, procedural. Everyone's making obviously a big deal about how much argument is allowed, but like I said, the judge is being prudent in his assessment of this case, and I will be watching from the sidelines. I think he's doing a very good job. The prosecutor, like I said, has to be extremely mindful of the way they handle this case, especially in the media, and most importantly, how are they going to get a fair and impartial jury who has has not seen the evidence in this case, that is going to be telling.
You've sat on the bench. You're a judge. What challenges does a case like this pose for everybody when it comes to just the intense attention that's being focused on this all across the country?
Well, of course, the logistics. I mean, to have a case like this with the media and the families and the security, that alone is a challenge just for the courthouse. And we saw it here in Orlando years back in several high-profile cases. You know, you have to manage the people coming in and out of the courthouse. And of course, the judge and the circuit has to manage the appeal and the record. And that's why you see the judge explaining thoroughly every decision that he is making, because he is laying a record for the appellate courts.
Just the beginning of what's going to be a long process ahead. Judge Tarlika Nunez-Navarro, Dean of the St. Thomas College of Law, thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live. Really enjoyed talking with you, and thanks for helping us make sense of everything here.
Of course. Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, also on Fox 35 Plus right now. We are going to be checking in a little bit with several things. Want to let you know kind of what we are watching for right now. We're going to be checking in with Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger coming up in a little bit, tracking some storm damage that she has seen in Astatula. So she's going to give us the latest on that coming up in just a little bit. But we want to give you a check of your forecast as well, give you a live look over downtown Orlando. Right now you can see more of that Saharan dust just kind of lingering in the air even at this later hour today. It's something we're going to be dealing with and something that is impacting our weather right now as we speak. And so I am pleased to be joined this afternoon by Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me here. And Noah, this dust, one of the reasons that we're feeling this heat and humidity so much?
Yes, because it actually helps to trap the heat in the lower atmosphere. So think of it like a convection oven. We're just kind of circulating the heat from the ground back up to the atmosphere, and it kind of gets trapped, and it just stays really hot. And in fact, it's just making it even hotter than it otherwise would be out there today and over the next couple of days. So we'll take you a live look view right now. We'll show you the cameras, and you can see in the top left from Daytona, there is definitely some of that haze up there. And it's going to get more this weekend. I think we haven't really scratched the surface yet of the haze. I think the haze is going to peak Saturday night now into Sunday. Now, you can see that, especially from downtown Orlando. Now, this is the view from the camera. It's pointing down. I'm actually going to take a second and move the camera up. Now, the dust is not at the ground. The dust is between about 5,000 and 15,000 feet, because I've fielded, and we have fielded a lot of questions on it, and then it's a good question, but just to clarify, the dust is not at the surface. So this is not like somebody's driving on a dirt road and you see dust that gets kicked up and lingers in the air. You're not going to literally see dust at eye level. The lowest it will ever get to the ground is maybe like 5,000 feet. Rarely it'll get lower than that, like in the literal sense, like the dust is about that altitude. So I'm going to point the camera up, and actually I'm going to point it a little bit this way. And what I want you to notice is just this lingering haze out there. The camera will move here in a second. And the sky does not look its normal shade of blue, no matter where it is. Now, this morning we had some pretty good sunrise, sunset vividness. I think that effect will pick up this weekend. I'll turn off that banner so you can see. It kind of makes the sky look, there's no best adjective for this. Filtered, milky, opaque, off-white. You can kind of just see the sky does not look blue. It's like this whitish, bluish, filtered view, and that's all of that dust that comes off of the African coast, and it is actually impacting our air quality already. In fact, we have pretty decent reduction in the air quality over Central Florida right now. So if you're in a sensitive group, you have asthma, some kind of respiratory illness, the next couple of days you might have some impact. It depends how sensitive you are. You know, if you're more sensitive than others, this might be a little bit more significant for you here over the next couple of days. But the dust is here for a few days. It'll peak this weekend. So if you're new to Saharan dust, a couple of things. First, it happens every year. It's nothing new. It doesn't always reach us here. Some years it does, some years it does not. What it does cause is vibrant sunsets and vibrant sunrises, especially this weekend, I think, when it's more prevalent. And it's going to make the sky look super hazy. Today, I still think is an appetizer in that regard. Now, here is the dust as it carries in to Florida. Here we are today, and notice it's still not even that high. But as we go into Saturday night, really Sunday, it's really Sunday into Monday. And it's kind of shifted a little bit later. A few days ago, it looked like the peak of the dust would be Saturday. Now it's kind of like Sunday into Monday. So it's going to be a hair later, the arrival of the big dust out there. And believe me, you will notice the sky is going to look super hazy as we go into the weekend. Now, the dust is not the only thing we are tracking. Obviously, it is hotter than blue blazes outside. It is only 218 on the dial. So we've got probably on an average day in Florida, I would say the peak heating effect is about 5 to 5:30. What do I mean peak heating? Well, the combination of the sun, the angle of the sun, the heat absorption of the ground and the asphalt, because the ground, the more it sits in the sun, is going to heat the air also. The maximum heating of the day, I don't have a piece of paper, but if we had a piece of paper and just charted like a graph of, you know, the highest amount of heating element of the day from the weather and from the sky and sun, it's about 5:30. So it's 218, so we've got 3, 4, 5, we've got 3+ hours to go still of heating. We're already at 97 in Ocala in the Villages, so I would be very surprised if those places did not cross 100 today for the air temperature. Orlando's sitting at 93. I would think Orlando's going to end up 98 or 99 today. 99 is the record today in Orlando, so we will see if we hit that mark. It is interesting, Cocoa Beach is 88. Look, there's always a surprise in meteorology. We have excellent models and understanding and a lot of advancement in recent years, but there are still surprises in meteorology. And you know, this is a small one. It's not a big deal, but on this longer form here on this stream, I can get into this with you. Look right here. Cocoa Beach is only 88. Very interesting. A sea breeze has kicked in there, and this is very interesting, what we call micrometeorology. It's 94, depending on how far the traffic is. You drive to Cocoa Beach to Titusville, what is it, 40 minutes maybe, depending on the traffic. So we've got a huge difference between Melbourne, Cocoa Beach, and Titusville, and it's solely based on the wind direction. The wind's more from the southwest here, which is pushing the hot air over land towards Titusville. Then we've got a southeast wind off of the ocean. A sea breeze has kicked into Cocoa Beach and knocked the temperature down. Then you go up towards Palm Coast and the winds are from the southwest. So you could tell that there's the subtle differences in the wind direction, hence why the temperatures are so different on our beaches. It's actually pretty fascinating when you watch the weather with us. Even if we don't mention it when we're on TV, whoever's giving you the weather, just look at the temperatures on the beaches. It's always fascinating to see how they vary, and it's varying because of the wind direction, but it's humid everywhere. The heat index is already 111 in the villages. It's 111 in New Smyrna, 104 in Clearmont, 109 in Palm Coast, and again, it's only 220. We've got a solid 3 more hours to go to tack on heating to this. So through Saturday, we're still tracking this storm team alert for the excessive heat. Record challenging highs. I think today is the best chance we have of tying or breaking record highs for the 10th of July. It feels like in most places we'll cross over 110. Check on your pets, the elderly, and look, take breaks. I understand it's Florida and I understand it's July, and many of us are longtime Floridians, and we're no stranger to heat, right? It's like being in Boston in the winter. You're no stranger to cold. But this is an extra notch, an extra 2 notches above what's normal. We don't want to have to report on any heat illness, any heat stroke. Look, heat illness is a serious thing. It can really sneak up on you. So just our advice is to just take it easy. If you're going to be out working outside, you're outdoors for any prolonged period of time, the heat at this level, once the heat index, look, if it's 100, it's one thing. If it's like 108, 110 plus, the toll it takes on your body is enormously more. So give yourself some breaks, stay extra hydrated. It's a notch or 2 above what's normal over the next 2 days. Now, in terms of rain, we actually have some severe weather tonight that's going to happen over in the western side of the state. Let me show you that. So here is the severe weather outlook for today. Notice we have a marginal risk here in green of severe storms that's just to our west. And the reason why is because we have actually, believe it or not, a tropical wave that's crossing by South Florida, which may sound surprising as we haven't mentioned it, but it's not, doesn't have any chance of becoming a tropical system. I'm going to loop this a little bit longer so you can see. If you look right here, see the clouds in the Bahamas here are going this way. And then if you look over here, these clouds are going this way. There's a very broad area of spin right there, about maybe 100 miles off the coast of Miami. And that's going to cross South Florida tonight into tomorrow. And that's going to help to push some good storms into South Florida later this afternoon that'll end up in the Tampa area. So that's why you're already seeing some of these storms coming in like this, because there's actually a weak little tropical wave. It doesn't have any chance to become a depression. There's too much wind shear aloft because of El Nino. But you're going to have these big storms tonight. So heads up if you're going down towards Tampa later this evening. There's going to be really, really big storms, and you can actually already see there's a severe thunderstorm warning down here to the southeast of Fort Myers. So in Collier County, already a severe thunderstorm warning. But I do think about maybe like, let's say 9 o'clock. I will be on the news edge at 8, I believe, at that point, so I'll show you. There should be really big storms in this area. So if you're going to be by the theme parks of Orlando, you'll probably see in the sky looking southwest like these, holy cow, big billowing clouds. They're not going to come our way. They're going to go towards Tampa. But I mention that because they'll probably be very apparent. And you might think they're coming our way, but they're not. They're going to end up at the Tampa area. So if you're heading towards Tampa tonight, take note of that. But tomorrow at the theme parks, again, today and tomorrow are probably 2 of the hottest days of the entire year at the theme park. So if you're theme parking at Garrett, that Mickey, anything with an ice cream stand or water, it's definitely where you want to be. But by the way, too, I do want to give you one nugget of info. This is the 3rd hottest summer on record so far in Florida, and we have records that go back since 1893.
And we're just getting started.
It's a long record period. It's 130 something years. And we're right now at number 3. We're actually pretty close to being number 2. So it's been a hot summer, is the point.
And still have a ways to go.
We've got about half the summer to go. Yeah.
Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We are also following up on some reports of some storm damage in Astatoula, and we're going to bring in Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who joins us live now via Zoom to talk us a little bit more, Alexis, about what you've seen on the ground there.
Yeah, Garrett, we actually met the mayor of Astatoula out there earlier, and we were able to kind of get a look at what the damage looks like. I do want to say all of the graves themselves have been left untouched. That damage is more so the signs that are at the entrance of the cemetery, the some of the mementos that family members have left for their loved ones who are resting there, and then, of course, some trees, some limbs and branches that had fallen. And all of this, the mayor says, is because of strong winds that kind of tore through the area last night. Now, he says he was kind of first alerted to this. He woke up this morning to some social media posts from residents about the damage, not only to the cemetery there. He also says that one of the residents said that he had a trampoline blow out of his yard. It blew like all the way across to a local school. So we're going to check in to see if we can kind of find out more about that and if that person got their trampoline back. But back to the cemetery. So again, a lot of the damage, it ripped apart the main sign that sits at their entrance. And that actually is almost a historical marker. The mayor says that on that sign, it kind of let people know what the background was of the cemetery. And so the cemetery was dedicated to the town by the Hucks family, who founded Astatoula in 1872. And so that sign really explained that for anybody who, was coming by or, paying respects to their loved ones. So that sign is now gone. They're working on replacing that, and the cleanup efforts are kind of underway at the moment. They've got crews that are on site trying to pick up the pieces, pick up some of those mementos and the flowers and kind of place them back on the graves that they belong on. And then they also did hire a tree service to come out. And so they are out there now trying to remove trees that are at risk of falling or and clean up some of the branches that kind of are scattered all across the cemetery.
Gosh, sounds like quite a mess out there. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us. It's time for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining us live now. And Nancy, we're starting with an update on an officer-involved shooting in Auburndale and what sounds like a very scary situation out there this morning.
Yeah, this was a very scary situation, and Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd said this all began happening around 9 o'clock outside of a Spectrum store in Auburndale. He says that's when 911 dispatchers began receiving phone calls about a possible suicide taking place in that store parking lot, and as deputies and Auburndale police rushed to the scene, more callers began calling 911 saying shots had been fired. When law enforcement arrived, they said that they found a woman in her 20s on the ground with multiple gunshot wounds. Nearby, they spotted 39-year-old Derek Bythright lying on the ground and holding a gun. Investigators say when deputies approached him, he pointed the firearm directly at them. 7 deputies opened fire, hitting Bythright multiple times. First responders said that they tried to save the woman, but she later died from her injuries. Bythright survived the shooting and remains in the hospital this afternoon. Now, we do have to tell you, no deputies were injured during this incident. Now, Sheriff Judd says the preliminary investigation shows that Bythright shot the woman before confronting law enforcement. Detectives learned that the pair were in a relationship and shared a 3-year-old child. Witnesses told investigators that Bythright threatened the victim just yesterday, saying that he was going to kill both of them. The victim had just dropped off their son at his parents' home this morning before driving to the Spectrum store where she worked. A witness reported hearing 2 gunshots before she was found critically wounded outside of her car. Now, Sheriff Judd noted that Bythright has an extensive criminal history, including 31 felony arrests and 24 misdemeanor arrests. Now, the victim's identity is being withheld under Marcy's Law, and per agency policy, the names of the 7 deputies involved in this shooting will not be released for at least 72 hours. Detectives are still reviewing surveillance video from the Spectrum store and interviewing witnesses. Now, it is still unclear if Bythright managed to fire any shots at deputies before they opened fire, and charges have not yet been announced as that suspect is still in the hospital. Garrett?
The scary situation out there earlier today. Now, talk to us. Let's stay in Polk County. I know a Lakeland man was arrested facing multiple charges, and this has some relation to a previous case we've talked about here on the Tampa Connection as well.
Yes, that's correct. Deputies arrested 62-year-old David Hicks following a 2-day search. And they say this all stemmed from a mother and her 5-year-old child who were at a Walmart earlier this week. Deputies say the pair were walking through the Walmart grocery shopping when Hicks began following them. Sheriff Grady Judd says surveillance video shows Hicks stalking the child throughout the store and then looking around before exposing himself. Deputies say Hicks tried to cover himself with a box of straws, but then began touching himself after walking past the family. The girl's mother did not see what happened, but a store employee alerted her and then alerted a supervisor, and that's when the sheriff's office was contacted. Now, a Crime Stoppers tip led deputies and detectives to Hicks's home in Lakeland, and Sheriff Judd says that when law enforcement arrived at the front door, Hicks told them that he knew why they were there, and he requested an attorney. Hicks is now charged with felony counts of indecent exposure of sexual organs, and lewd exhibition in front of a child. Authorities say he has a history of prior arrests for indecent exposure and child molestation here in Florida as well as in other states. Now, Sheriff Judd noted that Hicks is the younger brother of Tom Hicks. Now, we did talk about Tom Hicks earlier this year on Florida Live. He is the man who often played Santa Claus during the Lakeland Christmas parade, and he played Santa Claus throughout Central Florida, and he was arrested in April during a child predator operation. prosecution. Now, both of these brothers are still in custody, and deputies are continuing to investigate, and they say they are looking into at least one other incident involving David Hicks. Garrett?
All right, and finally in our Tampa connection, Nancy, a strange hazmat situation in Brooksville. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, this is a really unusual situation, and it actually happened at the May Stringer home in Brooksville, which is a historic home and museum, but it's also known in the state of Florida for being one of the most, if not the most, haunted house in the state. So this morning, museum staffers called for help after finding a glass pharmaceutical bottle from the late 1800s or early 1900s that was labeled picric acid. Now, the fire department received the initial call around 8 o'clock this morning, and the Hernando County Sheriff's Office was notified about 30 minutes later. And according to Hernando County Sheriff Al Nienhuis, picric acid was originally used as an antiseptic, pain reliever, and also as burn treatment before officials actually realized that it was toxic back in the early 1900s. Now, over time, the liquid inside this specific bottle crystallized into a highly dangerous military-grade explosive. Now, deputies did track down the woman who donated a box of items last night, including this picric acid, and she told investigators that her father was a doctor in another part of Florida who happened to keep the bottle in his office cabinet before he passed away about 4 years ago. Emergency crews cordoned off the area around the museum while waiting for specialists to arrive. The Citrus County Bomb Squad was traveling to the scene, and their goal was to safely dispose of this bottle. Sheriff Nienhuis said that they did hope to complete that at some point today and reopen everything up. And another thing that the sheriff stressed was that this incident does not appear to be criminal in nature. But again, this did happen at the historic May Stringer house in Brooksville this morning.
Wow, just a strange situation, not your everyday hazmat situation, that's for sure.
No, definitely not your everyday hazmat situation. In fact, this morning when we first found out that there was a hazmat situation at the May Stringer house, everybody here was just like, that's really unusual because of, not just because of the history of the house, but because it is supposed to be haunted. So there are lots of comments and jokes about, oh, were the ghosts doing it? What was going on with the May Stringer house? So it's a very unusual hazmat situation. But again, the sheriff stressed that it was not criminal in nature. And the woman who was just happened to be donating a bunch of her father's items to this historic house and museum, that little bottle of picric acid happened to be inside of that box of items that she donated last night. And again, when museum staffers were going through the box this morning, they saw it, they noticed that it had crystallized, and that's when they notified authorities about what was going on.
Well, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
home.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on Fox 35 Plus. The number of cyclosporiasis cases has continued to rise across the country and also here in Florida. There are now cases in 31 states. This is that parasite that's causing some huge gastrointestinal issues. Been a lot of talk about this. And so joining us live now to tell us what we need to know about it, we are pleased to be joined by Dr. George Rust from the FSU College of Medicine, joining us live now via Zoom. Dr. Rust, we always appreciate you joining us, and thanks for chatting with us today.
Well, thanks for having me.
So first of all, this is something obviously that sounds concerning when we hear, some of the symptoms of this, the growing number of cases. So what do we need to know here about cyclosporiasis and its spread?
Well, and you said that correctly. Very good. Cyclospora cayetanensis is the scientific name, but it's why people use the term explosive diarrhea bug, because it causes profound symptoms in many people. Some people have minor symptoms. Some people have no symptoms at all. It is not uncommon in the spring or summer. We'll get, a dozen or more cases in Florida, but this year, there seem to be more. Michigan is having an outbreak with over 1,000 cases. As you said, 31 states have seen cases. And this is probably a gross underestimate because we often have to look for it very specifically. If you just have diarrhea and go to the doctor and they do a stool test, the normal panel will not look specifically for this one, for cyclospora. If they even do what they call ova and parasites, look under the microscope, they may or may not see it. It takes some special stains to be able to see it, or some ultraviolet fluorescent microscopy to see it. So there's probably an underdiagnosis right now, and making doctors and the healthcare system more aware of the outbreak will mean that more cases will be diagnosed and come to light.
If this is a thing that you see seasonally, why do you think we are seeing it worse right now than maybe past seasons of it?
There are sometimes specific causes of outbreaks. I know in our area once we had episodes of cyclosporiasis that were traced back to baby lettuce that was in bags prepackaged and mixed greens. The epidemiologists in the local health department helped figure that out. And then CDC genetically connected that with other cases in other states where the bagged lettuce had been packaged at the same processing house. So sometimes there will be a very specific source that leads to an excessive number of cases or outbreaks. Right now, that's the detective work that CDC and all the local epidemiologists in all of your local public health departments are doing. If you have a case of cyclosporiasis, you can expect a call from the health department, and they will ask you a million questions because it may take a week or two for symptoms to develop. So they're trying to figure out what you ate 2 weeks ago or where you traveled to. And so it's a bit of a challenge, and that detective work is going on all over the country right now.
You mentioned the produce. Are there certain things that are more likely to, kind of be susceptible to carrying this?
Right. So uncooked raw produce, and specifically in this case, it appears that berries like raspberries, strawberries, blackberries, things that have kind of an irregular surface where this little bug can hide in the crypts. And so washing those very carefully. It can also be found in packaged lettuce or packaged mixed greens. And also a few of the herbs, basil and cilantro, have been named as other sources. You're showing a melon on the screen. If you buy melons, they recommend scrubbing the outside of the melon underwater. For the berries, it's mostly just washing them, rinsing them under fresh water for a lengthy period of time, fairly aggressively.
Obviously, you want to do everything you can to prevent getting this. What is the treatment if you do, though?
Well, if you do get it, many people will just make it through on their own, staying hydrated, drinking lots of water to make up for the deficits, drinking sports drinks or Pedialyte or one of the other electrolyte solutions can help a bit. But if it goes more than a couple of days, then or if you have a medical condition that makes you more vulnerable, then seeing your doctor. There are actually antibiotics that can treat this, even though it's not a bacterium, it's a protozoa, but Bactrim, trimethoprim sulfamethoxazole is what the technical name is. But Bactrim or Septra are the brand names, and there's many generic versions. That's the main treatment. CDC has a whole list of other antibiotics and anti-protozoal drugs that don't work. So it appears that Bactrim or Septra is the main treatment. If you're allergic to sulfa drugs, then some people will try Cipro, but that has had mixed results.
I know there's still questions about the source of this, as we discussed, as you talked about just a minute ago, but I got a question about the spread, why this would be so widespread into 31 different states. Is that to be attributed to the proliferation of this protozoa just in a lot of different places, or is that a kind of a result of the kind of the nature of our food distribution system, sending these things out that may have already been kind of contaminated by this, across the country?
That's a great point, and I think it's more likely the latter in this case. There are many other bugs where if one person gets sick, then the people around them might get sick, the people in the household. That is not the case with this particular bug, that you really can't pass it from one person to another person directly. Once you start shedding the bug, it has to be in a favorable environment for 1 to 2 weeks to go through more stages of its life cycle. In order to become infectious again. So it's not like you're going to touch a water faucet handle or a toilet seat or something and suddenly get infected, or a food handler being sick themselves and then passing it on to you. Now, we do recommend washing hands and washing food ahead of time. Some people are talking about Clorox, chlorine bleach, or vinegar, and the studies show that really just doesn't help at all. This bug is very resistant. The outer shell is very resistant to chlorine. So really fresh water, copious amounts of fresh water washing is really the main way to reduce your risk. If you want to eliminate your risk, for example, if you're immunocompromised, you're on chemo or some other reason, then cooking the fruits or the vegetables is really the only way to kill this bug.
Bottom line, Dr. Rust, what should people know and keep in mind?
Well, put it in perspective. This is one of many bugs that can occur. It happens to give fairly dramatic gastrointestinal symptoms that can last for 2 to 4 weeks. So the main thing would be stay hydrated if you get it. Use conservative measures initially, but if you're going past 2 or 3 days, talk to your physician and you may be able to get treatment. In the meantime, wash your fruits and vegetables, and if you want to be extra safe, cook them.
Right, a lot of good advice and things to keep in mind there. Dr. George Rust from the FSU College of Medicine. Thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks so much.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday. Today, Senator Ashley Moody and Congressman Byron hit the campaign trail in Central Florida together. Ashley Moody running for Senate. This will actually be her first election that she has run for in that Senate seat. She was appointed to that seat, you may remember. As for Congressman Donald's not running for re-election as for his House seat, instead, as you know, running for governor and the Republican frontrunner in that race that's been endorsed by President Donald Trump. So the two hit the campaign trail together, hit a couple of stops today in Orlando. Their first stop this morning was at Beth's Burger Bar on Universal Boulevard in Orlando. And Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie had an exclusive interview with them live on Fox 35 News Plus. Here's just a little bit of what they had to say.
Well, Florida really is the shining example for the rest of the nation on how to prosper by keeping your state free. In some really challenging times, both in Washington, Byron Donalds fought really hard, and I, as Attorney General, fought to make sure that we had the ability to lead here and set policy based on keeping our community safe, protecting our citizens' rights, and protecting Florida's ability to lead the way we knew best. And as you can see, a lot of people are out here today to support the two of us because they saw what we delivered on. They saw that we, along with Governor DeSantis, and made this the best state in the nation. And I think we both feel, working together, we are in the best place to deliver wins to this state and to keep Florida on the right track.
Senator Donald, same question. Why together?
Oh, listen, honestly, more hands make everything better for our state. Working together not only helps the entire campaign apparatus, but it really allows us to focus in on that message of Florida remaining number one, Florida remaining free, and making sure that Senator Moody and myself running for governor, that we're going to make sure that this state continues to hum along. And so our campaigns working closely together really demonstrates that to the people of Florida. It's about the people of Florida. We want to make sure that we work hard all over this state, turning out voters all over this state, because being number one is great. Staying number one is harder. And that means we got to lock in, we got to focus. We want to make sure that we're contacting all the voters possible. Our campaigns are going to be working together as much as they can. Obviously, some state federal rules there, but as much as we can, we want to make sure that we help each other be very successful. And then it's about everybody else running down ballot. We have a lot of people who want to go to Tallahassee or go to Washington in Congress to really be effective at keeping the Florida dream alive and well. And so, as Republicans, we think the best thing to do is work together as much as we can to make sure that we get people to the polls this November and to make sure we keep Florida number one in all of America.
That brings me to my next question. So if this does work out the way you guys are wanting and you are elected to these positions, talk to me about how this partnership would benefit Floridians.
Well, look, Florida, a lot of people don't realize this. Florida has one of the latest primaries in all of the nation, and it really condenses the time you have to really lay out the differences, compare and contrast. And let me tell you, historically, there has never been more of a difference between what Republicans and our party is committed to delivering on, and that is a strong, free, safe society, compared to what the Democrats want to do right now. We have got to get that message out. We've got to get started right now. We are the two candidates right now running for November that have delivered wins and delivered successes and been a part of the story of Florida in both state and federal roles. And so bringing that synergy together, that expertise, the experiences we've both shared and had in our own respective roles as Attorney General and as a Congressman, there is no way Florida cannot stay on top and stay successful if we don't bring that experience in a partnership to make sure Florida succeeds.
So, Representative Donalds, if you are elected governor, what is the first piece of federal support you would look to Senator Moody to help Floridians out and to help us?
Oh, man, there's so many things that are still left to be done. If you look at permitting is a major issue in Florida like it is all across the country. As governor, I want to work with Senator Moody, Senator Scott, and the other members of the congressional delegation to find ways to actually reduce some of the federal permitting requirements. You got to understand, people think, oh, well, if the federal government has a regulation, that means it's great. No, actually, those regulations are outdated. They're behind the times. They are not helping Florida succeed. I'll give you a specific example. 404 permits. This is dealing with water projects in our state. The Florida The Department of Environmental Protection, which does a phenomenal job protecting Florida's environment, they were doing this work. There was a lawsuit that happened. That authority got transferred to the Army Corps of Engineers. What used to take 6 to 8 months to get a permit from our Department of Environmental Protection now takes more than 1.5 to 2 years to get from the Army Corps of Engineers. It's actually making things harder on Floridians. It's making projects that need to get done more expensive. And so if you want to talk about affordability, number one thing government can control around affordability is permitting timelines, because the longer it takes to do a job, the more expensive the job is. The developer doesn't eat the cost. The contractor doesn't eat the cost. Who eats the cost are small business owners and families. They are the ones that have to pay that price. So we want to work with our partners and our colleagues in the Florida delegation, like Senator Moody, so that we can actually work together, House and Senate, and then provide whatever pressure and support from the governor's office to help Washington make those changes from a regulatory standpoint to give Floridians the relief we need here at home. That's just an example.
And fighting Washington and getting them out of Florida's way, pushing back on overreaching regulations, clearing all that out, that has really allowed Florida to thrive in so many ways, from our farming industry to tourism to education. I mean, you name it. So much of what I did as Attorney General was fighting against Washington bureaucrats. And since being there, I can tell you, that is a fight that has to happen in order for Washington to remain accountable to the governed. The bosses, everybody in Washington that is serving, my boss right now is everybody in this room.
That's right.
We have got to clear out some of these long-standing bureaucrats that think they know better, and they're going to tell you how to live by issuing these regulations. And what they do is they make it harder for Florida to lead and govern the way we want to. And so it was a full-time fight.
Senator Ashley Moody, Congressman Byron Donalds speaking on the campaign trail in Orlando earlier today. Donalds also announcing at his next stop after that one that he's been endorsed by the Florida Police Chiefs Association. Well, we are out of time here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us today. Want to let you know, if you're watching on Fox Local, our live streaming news coverage will continue coming up in just 1 minute. Thanks for joining us. Have a great evening and a great weekend.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. It is 3 o'clock on this Friday. We are almost to the weekend, and I appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Got another half hour with you before we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm Team for Fox 35 Weather Plus. They will walk you through everything when it comes to the heat and humidity, the Saharan dust, everything you need to know for your weekend planning, because it is going to be a hot one. Also want to let you know it is kickoff right now between Spain and Belgium in the World Cup. That game you can watch on Fox 35 right now, and you can also stream it on Fox 1. So if you're looking for that game just got underway literally 10 seconds ago. So that will be happening. And then Fox 35 News will be coming up on WOFL on Fox 35 coming up around 5:30 or after that soccer game wraps up. Well, we have been tracking a lot of stories today. I want to give you an update on the Tyler Robinson hearing. It has wrapped up after 5 days of testimony. No decision yet on the trial. As we told you a little bit ago in our last hour, the judge said he's going to wait till September to make that decision on whether there was probable cause in this. There will be some additional filings. I would recommend that if you missed our interview with the former circuit judge in our 2 o'clock hour, watch that on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, because she gave us some great context about what the judge will be considering and kind of what happens next, some of the legal issues that will be coming forward that will take center stage as this continues to move forward. I do want to read a statement to you, a brief statement from the Kirk family that issued the statement to Fox News coming up at the end of that preliminary hearing just a little bit ago. It says, quote, "The conclusion of the preliminary hearing marks an important step forward in the pursuit of justice for Charlie. Our family is grateful for the prayers, support, and kindness that has been extended to us, especially through these unimaginably painful and emotionally demanding proceedings. As difficult as these last few days have been, it brings our family comfort to know that the world has witnessed the overwhelming evidence of what occurred to Charlie that day. Nothing will ever undo the loss of our beloved Charlie. As this case moves into its next phase, we pray that truth will continue to be heard through a process that is fair, transparent, and grounded in the facts." And we know that the Kirk family and that Erica Kirk has pushed for all of the exhibits and the evidence to be shown. She said she wants those things to be public. Obviously, as we talked about with the judge, there have been some conspiracy theories that have been floated around on social media about everything. So trying to clear some of those things up and then wanting that evidence out there as well. We'll see what the judge decides when it comes to some of those things moving forward. We discussed some of the push and pull, the tensions and the dynamics of what happened in the courtroom this week, with certain exhibits that were allowed to be shown, certain things that were not allowed to be shown, and then today the judge saying no exhibits would be shown after there was one that was mistakenly shown or shown by accident during the hearing yesterday. So that has been a big focus of the defense, and we'll see kind of what happens moving forward, because there will be much more to come in that case. I want to switch gears here a little bit and talk about some of the damage that we have seen in Astatula. We talked about it with Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, showed us the scene of that cemetery there and some of the damage they're dealing with. We had the chance to catch up with the mayor today, who talked with us about how they're dealing with this and what happens next.
Tell me about when you kind of first found out that there was damage here at the cemetery.
This morning when I woke up, there were some social media posts from some of the residents. A trampoline had blown out of a guy's yard and across all the way over to the school, and folks were commenting that it was a possible tornado. So my crew then was sent out at 7 a.m., came out and found that the two signs here at the cemetery were completely damaged. We had some trees down, as you can see in the background. They're back there working, cleaning up still. A lot of the displays, mementos and stuff that the folks had put on had blown away. My guys very carefully, respectfully gathered those things up, put back what they could remember where they belonged, and the rest of it they put in holding. We just recommend that the residents that have loved ones out here come out and check their sites.
The main damage was to the signs of the entrance of the cemetery. Is that kind of
Yes,
okay.
yes. Yeah, the cemetery was dedicated to the town by the Hucks family, who founded Astatula in 1872. So we had a commemorative sign that explained that, and that sign was completely destroyed, unfortunately.
Any damage to the graves themselves at all?
No, mostly we believe it was straight line winds that came through, and it was mostly the mementos, the flowers, and the keepsakes that were placed on the graves. No actual graves were disturbed, no headstones were damaged.
And so you guys are kind of cleaning up already. What does that cleanup work look like right now?
Right now, it's basically cleaning up a bunch of fallen branches. We did hire Knowles Tree Service to come out. They're going to remove some of the trees and clean up some of the down branches that or loose branches that are going to come down if the winds come back. So we are actively working to clean it up and maintain it well.
And all of this was damaged due to strong winds. Nothing had to do with any flooding at all.
No flooding at all.
Okay.
It was a very brief storm, so it just kind of came and went through last night. I was actually in town hall working when it happened. So.
You've been out here this morning. Have you seen any residents come by to kind of look at their loved ones'
Not yet.
graves? Okay.
Not yet.
Okay. Approximately how many graves are here?
About 900.
900. Okay.
Yep.
That was the Mayor Zane Teeters speaking with Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger just a little bit ago. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. They're called Hello Sister. They are three sisters from Orlando, and they are rising stars in the music scene. Their big break came back in 2017 when they were featured on America's Got Talent, and that was really just the start for them. Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Grace, Gabriella, and Scarlett about what it takes to succeed in music today.
Hello Sister here. For those who don't know, can you guys just introduce yourselves?
Yeah. Hi, I'm Grace. I play the bass guitar and sing. I'm Scarlett. I play the drums and sing. I'm Gabriella, and I play the guitar and I also sing. And we're Hello Sister, a pop rock band from here in Orlando, Florida.
So how'd you guys initially get into music?
Oh, that's a good question. Our dad was actually in a band when he was younger, so he would be playing music in the house all the time.
Yeah,
that's how we kind of were inspired by it at the start.
Yeah, we all joined different lessons and we ended up just doing it together. We're like, we might as well share the love of music together and play as a band. So that's kind of how it began.
Yeah, I think like our first show was a 5th grade graduation party. So we did like a lot of little recitals. And then from there we were like, I think we want to do this like for real. So we started to play shows around Orlando, and then we've been traveling recently. So it's been a lot of fun doing it as sisters.
And what instrument did your dad play?
Ooh, a little bit of everything. I think mainly guitar.
Yeah, I feel like he's mainly a singer. They were a boy band. They were kind of like the Backstreet Boys a little bit, like totally different genre.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he like danced on stage and everything, but
yeah.
Do you think your dad would ever cover a Hello Sister song?
Oh my God.
I think definitely, for sure.
Yeah. Needs to bring the band back together and well, we can each do a cover of each other's songs.
Yeah.
So y'all first really blew up way back in the day, going on America's Got Talent. How did that process kind of come together?
Yeah, America's Got Talent was such a crazy and fun experience. That was back in 2021. I think they actually contacted us and asked if we could fly out to Pasadena, California to film an audition for America's Got Talent, which was, it didn't feel real.
Yeah, it was during COVID too, so it was like a filmed audition, and we didn't know if we were going to get it. We just kind of did it for whatever, and then
fun, yeah.
We ended up getting it, so it was really cool.
Yeah.
There was a lot of back and forth like online because it was still COVID. Like we didn't go into a room. It was like a lot of like Zoom calls and like videos. And then they're like, okay, we want you to come do like the live thing in California. So then we flew out and did that, which it was really cool.
It was a great
so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We watched it back and we're like,
wow, a long time ago.
So if I'm not mistaken, Grace, you're the oldest sister. You were 15.
Yes.
Starting in America's Got Talent.
Yeah, I was 15.
So how old are you all now?
I'm 20 now.
Wow. I'm 18.
And then I'm 19.
Okay, and then where in the high school, college are all of y'all now?
Yeah, I'm going into my 3rd year of college.
I'm going into my 1st year of college.
Then I'm going into my 2nd.
So it's like, boom.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
So how has kind of scheduling out shows and rehearsals and practices and even like song drops, how has that changed with transitioning from, you know, middle school, from like middle school, high school to like high school, college, and now all of you guys kind of past the high school stage?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. It's definitely been interesting.
Yeah.
How we handle it all together, but
yeah, I think middle school, high school, we were definitely very busy with, because we also did sports as well. And, but I think it definitely helps being sisters and being able to just kind of practice music or just coordinate different things just together. We're always kind of doing the same things together. So I think that helps, but definitely I'm excited for this new chapter to all be in college. And I think that will allow us to really focus on our music even more. So I'm excited.
And the thing that I find so interesting about you all and Hello Sister is the way your social media works and the way you guys market your music. I mean, you know, it's like every other day I see just like a cell phone video of y'all rehearsing either a cover or an original song. What's kind of the strategy behind that?
Yeah, for TikTok especially, we've been doing it for a long time, and we've had different ways we would promote our music, but we found this 0.5 angle kind of worked really well. Like, I think last summer was the first time we really tried it. At the beginning of last year, and we got like 5 million views. We were like, I think this is working. So we kind of kept doing that. And we tried to do covers of artists that we're inspired by, so we could kind of attract like that audience as well. And then we started doing with our original music too.
I think, yeah,
it's a good strategy.
Once you find like kind of a formula on social media, I think you kind of got to stick with that. And I think that's something we started doing with covers, and then we've been trying to incorporate that with our original music as well. And yeah, it's always super fun to hear the responses back from that. But yeah, and we're really excited to kind of keep promoting our original music that way as well.
And as far as covers go, I think the most recent one y'all released was Prima Donna. Did you grow up big Marina fans?
Yeah, we've always loved her music. That was a cover we did on TikTok, and that got everyone loved our cover. So that's actually why we decided to release it on Spotify.
Yeah, so that one was fun because also Marina commented on it. So we were like, all right, we got to release this as a cover now. That was really exciting.
Also in our live shows, everyone really liked that one too.
Yeah.
So we do like a rock version.
Yeah, we like to hear from our audiences at our live shows and like a mix on social media as well.
And y'all have played live shows at Will's Pub. You've played in Daytona. You've played basically everywhere across Florida and outside of it. What is different about the Orlando scene than some of the other places that y'all have played?
I think over this past couple years, we've connected with a lot of other bands here, and it's just been fun playing shows together. And I feel like we're all in it with each other, so it's
especially
been really fun.
We grew up here, so it's kind of like our home, like not like fan base, but like kind of like we always have like the similar people coming to our shows, and like they bring their friends, and it's just like really fun.
Yeah, it's a great community, and we love talking to the other bands as well.
And speaking of the fan base and the connections that y'all have cultivated, I mean, you have your own blog, you have your own live streams. Every original song has a live stream with it too. I mean, 3 Ps at a podcast is phenomenal content. Where did that idea come from?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think originally we were like, we wanted to create a separate platform to talk about things we don't really talk about on our Instagram and TikTok.
Another way to connect.
More personal stuff. So we kind of wanted to create that.
Yeah. And we love going live on just like all of social media platforms to really connect with our fans. But yeah, we wanted to do that kind of still something that's always up. So that's on YouTube now.
And then it's, live streaming every song release, right? Like People Pleaser came out, I think, last Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So live streaming leading up into that, does it make you feel, what's the balance between nervousness and excitement when you're getting ready to show this new thing you've been working on for however long to the world?
Ooh. I think especially for this one, it was a lot of excitement.
Yeah.
I think we recorded this one like almost 2 years ago in LA. So we always get so excited. That's why we want to live stream it, because we could see their like initial reaction.
Yeah. I think a lot of the times when we're releasing music, it's something that we've had, we've created it years before that, or like a year before. So we've always been holding on to that excitement. And so when we finally get to share it with our audience and with the world, it's exciting. Yeah, we're excited about People Pleaser.
And you've also showed off some of the demos from like Little Lover and the I guess the iterations it took to kind of make it into the final product it is. Is 2 years like a normal length of time from like inception to release track?
I think that I feel like it really depends a lot. I would say, I think this one was probably a year and a half.
Maybe the idea started like a year and a half ago. And
Yeah.
it took like 6 months to go record it and like actually finalize it. And then we waited a little bit more to actually release it and to get everything together, all the assets.
Yeah, I think a lot of the times when writing music, we will go back and we have so many different like voice memos and recordings of different ideas. Yeah. And a lot of those ideas, you look back and you scroll back like, oh, this was from like 2 years when I did this, and you're just like, oh, this is actually a cool idea. Let me kind of build off of it. So it kind of stems from that as well.
Yeah, and do you record mostly in LA, or are there studios in Florida that you guys use? What's the balance there?
We've kind of done like a little bit of each. Like we recorded here in Orlando, and then recently we've been going to LA for the past like 3 singles that we did.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so what does your team look like in the recording booth?
Oh, it's usually, sometimes we write with some other songwriters in LA. Lately, we've explored that, but usually it's kind of us 3 writing the music and the different producers that we've been getting to work with, which has been really fun. But yeah, we work with a lot of different people, which is it's exciting to be able to meet somebody and share that experience with them, like creating a song and seeing the final product.
And for people who aren't as into the music production, how much influence can a producer have on a song?
I feel like they have a lot of influence in like obviously the mixing, and then I feel like they're really good at like, say like a song is like feeling it needs like one more little tiny tweak to it. I feel like they're really good, especially the producers that we worked with, were just like adding something in there that's just like, oh, that's not right now.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I also like the different perspective we get with the producers, because we bring in a song and we're like, we want to sound like this band, we're really inspired by them, and then they bring in that extra guitar riff or those synth sounds, and we're like, oh, that's super cool. This is what we wanted. So it's always like fun when you find that middle ground with them, and yes.
Yeah, I think with everything, just a different perspective is so helpful. And everything that we do.
And is that perspective helped because you all are so close and have grown up together? Is it like an open exchange of ideas?
Yes, that's so true. I feel like a lot of the times, like we do everything together. So it's a lot of the times we're in something together, and we've been working on this thing together for a while. So it's very helpful to hear different ideas and different ways to think about things. But yeah, that's so true. Yeah, definitely the sister.
The songwriting too, like when we work with other songwriters, like you should do this instead, and I'm like, oh, I like that.
Did you guys all play the same sports growing up too?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we were all on the same teams.
Yeah, we did swimming together, and more recently we did running, cross country, and track. We actually had a 4x8 team, a relay team of all 3 of us on the relay, and then one other, our best friend. So it's fun. It's fun to be able to do it all together.
Who was the fastest?
We all do different events, like in track season. So
it definitely depends on the event, but if anything, it was like by 2 seconds.
So I grew up with 2 older sisters. So Scarlett, do they bully you like my sisters bullied me?
I think we all have moments where we bully each other for sure, but they're good. I love them.
What do you think it's different working with family versus other people being in bands with friends or people they've kind of met in the professional setting? Like, what is different about it?
Yeah, for sure. I think it allows us, being sisters allows us to be definitely more honest with each other, and like when we're thinking it, I think we just don't hesitate to say our thoughts, but that could also maybe be not as good. But I don't know. I appreciate. Yeah, I like being able to do that.
You said a song takes between 6 months to 2 years. How long would a potential album take to put together?
I think that like the writing of the song doesn't, it's more just the process of like actually gathering all the assets to go with the song that kind of takes that, because when you're preparing for a release, we like to get like different content pieces ready and like maybe a music video or just kind of planning what that release strategy kind of looks like. So I think that's the main thing with that.
Yeah. And I definitely think like we going forward will probably be quicker with it. It's just kind of like a learning experience right now. But yeah.
Also, I feel like when this past year, we've went up to LA and we've recorded multiple songs, and it's just about like deciding which one we want to take that next step with.
Yeah.
And we're kind of actually looking to do maybe a future EP. Like,
yeah, we've been working on that. Mm-hmm. So we're excited. We're gonna definitely
release more music,
put all these songs together and create a project. So stay tuned for that.
And for people who are staying tuned to your live shows, how would you describe a Hello Sister performance and set?
Lots of energy.
Lots of energy. We always have people say that it reminds them of like a 2000s like movie. They say every time there's a story that says that, I'm like, whoa, like that's not the vibe we want to give off, like that. Era a little bit, but yeah, it's super fun and hype.
It's like a party.
Yeah, it's fun. We have a lot of fun.
So where is Hello Sister bringing the party to next?
Oh, where are we?
Ooh, where are we next?
Next we have this festival that we do every year. It's called Supergirl Surf Pro. It's like a all-women surfing competition, and then they have a whole lineup of bands like right next to the beach. So we're gonna
Oceanside, California.
Oceanside, California.
We also have an Orlando show August 8th at the Conduit.
Oh yes. And then also we're playing in Jacksonville and Gainesville in July. So that's probably
right. Oh yeah.
Yeah, we give all show information on our social medias as well.
Awesome. And then for people who want to make sure they listen to People Pleaser, where can they find that?
Oh, all music platforms.
You can stream People Pleaser on all music platforms. We're Hello Sister.
Hello Sister. 3 sisters from Orlando. You can chart their career, listen to their music, and check out some of their shows coming up. Well, thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Today, we are wrapping up 4.5 hours of live streaming. Still have about another minute with you before we hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team. For Fox 35 Weather Plus, going to be tracking some storms out there, but a lot of heat, a lot of humidity. That's going to be the story all weekend, what you're going to need to watch out for. Let me also give you a live look right now. This is the reflecting pool where some draining work is actually underway right now, because there's going to have to be a lot more work done to the ceiling, the sealant, I should say. I guess when I say ceiling, it makes you think of like a rooftop. The seal that was all that work that was just done in the reflecting pool on the National Mall. And so we have heard the allegations of vandalism about that when it comes to the slits and the cracking that had been found there. That case is going to continue to move forward. The one arrest, the high-profile arrest of a former Olympian who is facing charges in this, but I believe has pleaded not guilty in that. So.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.